Hey there, sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we're diving into the haunting beauty of the Fallout universe, where broken cities whisper forgotten stories, and every shadow hides a tale of survival. I'll be your guide through these glowing ruins, sharing quiet moments of hope, resilience, and the eerie calm of a world long gone. So, get cozy, dim the lights, and let the hum of your Pip-Boy light our way. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and check out our full Fallout playlist for more sleepy stories from the Wasteland. And if there's a Fallout tale you want to hear next, drop it in the comments. Now, close your eyes, breathe deep, and drift into the world of Fallout, where dreams wander just beyond the horizon. The morning sun filtered through the dense canopy of the Sierra Nevada foothills, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow across the forest floor. Ancient pines stretched skyward, their trunks bearing the scars of centuries, some from natural weathering, others from the atomic fire that had reshaped the world decades ago. Yet life persisted here with quiet determination, much like the small community that had made these woods their sanctuary. Captain Maya Reyes, though she no longer held that rank or acknowledged its authority, stood on the wooden observation platform built into the crown of a massive Douglas fir. Her weathered hands gripped the railing as she surveyed the territory her group had claimed through careful stewardship rather than conquest. Below, the repurposed ranger station that served as their home nestled among the trees like a natural extension of the forest itself, its original concrete and steel structure now softened by wooden additions, vegetable gardens, and the careful integration that marked their approach to everything, taking what was abandoned and making it serve life rather than dominion. The ranger station had been derelict when they'd found it 18 months ago. Windows shattered, equipment stripped by scavengers, nature beginning its slow reclamation through cracks in the foundation. What had once been a symbol of government oversight in these remote mountains had become something entirely different under their patient restoration. A place where former soldiers gathered not to take orders, but to make decisions together. Where the rigid hierarchy of military service had given way to the messy but honest work of building consensus. Maya descended the platform ladder with practiced efficiency, her movements carrying the unconscious precision of 20 years military training, despite her rejection of the institution that had shaped those habits. Her civilian clothes, practical work pants, a faded flannel shirt, sturdy boots suited for forest terrain, represented a deliberate choice to shed the uniform that had once defined her identity. Yet something in her bearing still marked her as someone accustomed to command, even as she'd spent the past months learning to share that responsibility with others who had made similar choices to leave their former lives behind. The morning routine at the station proceeded with its established rhythm, though without the sharp discipline that characterized military installations. Former Sergeant Elena Vasquez tended the expanded vegetable gardens, her expertise with logistics now applied to crop rotation and food preservation rather than supply chain management for combat operations. Her conversation with former Corporal James Wright centered on seed varieties and soil improvement, practical concerns far removed from the tactical discussions that had once occupied their professional relationship, yet approached with similar methodical attention to detail. "Maya," Eleanor called as she noticed her approach, straightening from her examination of the tomato plants they'd coaxed into surprising productivity despite the region's challenging growing conditions. The motion sensors picked up movement on the southern access road about an hour ago. Single vehicle, moving slow and steady. could be nothing, but the pattern suggests reconnaissance rather than lost travelers. This information shifted Maya's attention from the peaceful morning routine to the security awareness that remained necessary even in their chosen isolation. Unlike their former military service, where such intelligence would have triggered immediate defensive preparations, their community had developed more nuanced response protocols. Acknowledgement of potential threat balanced against the possibility of peaceful contact with outsiders who might simply need assistance or shelter. "Distance and direction?" Maya inquired, already moving toward the station's modest communications equipment. Their monitoring capabilities were limited compared to NCR military installations, but sufficient for the early warning systems needed to protect their small community. James joined them from his work repairing solar panel connections, his technical skills having found new purpose in maintaining their independent power systems. Thermal signatures suggest standard NCR patrol vehicle, probably a Humvee based on engine acoustics. Stopped approximately 2 kilometers south of our perimeter. Hasn't advanced for the past 20 minutes. Could be conducting standard area reconnaissance, but the timing feels deliberate. This assessment carried weight beyond mere tactical observation. James had served as a communications specialist before his discharge, officially for insubordination, actually for refusing to participate in what he'd witnessed as the summary execution of suspected deserters without proper military tribunal. His expertise in NCR operational patterns provided their community with valuable insight into the methods of their former organization, knowledge that had proven essential for maintaining their independence without direct confrontation. Maya considered their options with the measured approach that had evolved from military decision-making training adapted to their more collaborative governance structure. Gather the others, council circle in 10 minutes. If this is official NCR contact, we'll address it as a community, rather than defaulting to old command structures. The council circle occupied a cleared space at the center of their settlement, surrounded by log benches arranged in a perfect circle rather than the hierarchical seating that characterized military briefings. No single position held precedence, a deliberate choice that had required conscious effort from individuals trained to recognize and maintain rank distinctions. Maya had initially struggled with this arrangement, her command experience making the absence of clear authority structure feel chaotic and inefficient. Over time, however, she'd discovered that decisions made through genuine consensus, while slower to achieve, carried a commitment and understanding that orders from above had never generated. The 8 members of their community gathered with the quiet efficiency that marked their adaptation of military discipline to civilian purposes. Former Lieutenant David Chen settled onto the bench with careful attention to his still healing leg wound, a souvenir from the engagement that had finally convinced him to abandon NCR service after witnessing his commanding officer order artillery strikes on a civilian settlement suspected of harboring deserters. Former Staff Sergeant Maria Santos checked the community's emergency supplies, her quartermaster training, now serving their collective security rather than institutional logistics. "We have confirmed NCR presence approximately 2 kilometers south," Maya began, her tone carrying the authority of experience without the sharp command voice she'd once used with subordinates. "Single vehicle, reconnaissance posture, no immediate movement toward our position. Before we discuss response options, I want to hear everyone's assessment of what this might represent." This approach, seeking input from all community members rather than issuing directives, had become central to their governance philosophy. Each person had left NCR service for deeply personal reasons, carrying both valuable expertise and individual perspectives that deserved consideration rather than subordination to command decisions. The process required patience and genuine listening, qualities that military training had discouraged in favor of rapid decision-making and unquestioning execution of orders. Could be routine patrol, offered Thomas Briggs, whose departure from NCR service had followed his refusal to participate in the forced relocation of a farming community whose land was needed for expanded military installations. These hills are technically within NCR territory, though they've never maintained active presence here. Might just be expanding their security perimeter as regional tensions increase. Elena disagreed, her intelligence background providing different context. Timing feels too convenient. We've maintained complete operational security for 18 months. No contact with NCR units, no interference with their operations, minimal interaction with settlements that might report our presence. If they've located us now, someone provided specific information, rather than stumbling across our position through routine patrol. This possibility created immediate tension within the circle, not from tactical concern, but from the deeper implications for their community trust. Their group had bonded through shared disillusionment with institutional authority, finding in each other the authentic relationships that military hierarchy had made impossible. The suggestion that someone among them might have compromised their location challenged the foundation of mutual reliance that had become central to their identity. Let's address operational concerns before speculating about information sources, Maya suggested, her leadership style balancing immediate needs against underlying community dynamics. James, what are our communication options if this is official contact rather than reconnaissance? James had anticipated this question, his technical expertise providing crucial capabilities for their independent operation. We've maintained monitoring capability on NCR military frequencies without transmissions that might reveal our position. Can establish contact if we choose, though any communication will confirm our presence and potentially compromise our operational security permanently. Assessment of defensive positioning if negotiation fails, Maya continued, maintaining systematic evaluation despite her hope that conflict could be avoided. Chen had served as a tactical officer before his discharge, his expertise now adapted to protecting their community rather than advancing NCR territorial objectives. Terrain strongly favors defensive position, multiple withdrawal routes through forest terrain unsuitable for vehicle pursuit. However, our community size and mixed combat experience makes sustained engagement inadvisable against trained military units. Better to negotiate or withdraw than attempt armed resistance. This assessment reflected the fundamental difference between their current situation and their former military service. As NCR soldiers, they would have been expected to hold positions regardless of tactical disadvantage, following orders that prioritized institutional objectives over individual survival. Their current community existed specifically to reject such institutional demands, choosing collective security through consensus rather than hierarchical discipline, enforced through potential sacrifice of individual members. I propose we establish communication, Maya concluded after hearing from all members, not to surrender or negotiate from weakness, but to clarify their purpose and demonstrate that we're not hiding from contact, simply choosing independent existence rather than institutional affiliation. Our legitimacy comes from our principles, not from avoiding accountability for our choices. This decision carried unanimous support, though each member understood its implications. Opening communication with NCR forces would end their anonymity and potentially expose them to official pressure to return to service or face charges related to their departure. Yet hiding indefinitely contradicted their fundamental conviction that principled resistance should be open rather than secretive, standing on moral foundation rather than merely avoiding consequences. James established communication with practiced efficiency. his equipment connecting to NCR military frequencies he knew remained monitored by field units. NCR Patrol Unit, this is the Woodlands community. We are aware of your presence in our area and request communication regarding your purpose. We are former NCR personnel operating as independent civilians under no current military jurisdiction. The response came after a brief delay, its tone professional but carrying unmistakable recognition. Woodlands community, this is Lieutenant Ward, NCR 4th Infantry Division. We have orders to investigate reports of unauthorized military equipment and personnel in this sector. Request permission to approach your position for official discussion. Maya acknowledged this response with grim satisfaction. Their assumption had been correct that their presence was known rather than accidentally discovered. Someone had provided specific information about their location and composition, though the formal approach suggested official rather than hostile intent. She took the communication handset from James, drawing on decades of military protocol experience while maintaining her current civilian status. Lieutenant Ward, this is Maya Reyes, formerly Captain NCR 3rd Battalion. We will meet you at grid coordinates Sierra 74 Alpha, approximately 1 kilometer south of our residential area. Unarmed conference, 2 representatives each side, 1 hour from now. We seek clarification of your orders and peaceful resolution of any jurisdictional concerns. This proposal balanced security considerations, meeting away from their home while maintaining terrain advantage, with professional courtesy that acknowledged their shared military background without conceding authority. The suggested terms offered dignity to both parties while establishing clear parameters for their discussion. Understood, Reyes. Terms acceptable. We'll meet at designated coordinates in 1 hour. Ward out. With communication established and meeting parameters agreed upon, the community faced its first significant test of their governance principles under external pressure. Maya's military experience made her the logical choice for negotiation, but their consensus-based decision-making required community input rather than defaulting to former command structures during crisis situations. Elena, I'd like you to accompany me, Maya suggested after brief consideration. Your intelligence background provides valuable perspective on NCR operational methods, and your diplomatic experience could be crucial if this involves more than routine security concerns. Eleanor accepted this responsibility with the serious awareness that characterized all community decisions involving potential risk to their collective security. Agreed. James should monitor communications for any signals indicating additional units or escalation beyond current contact. David and Thomas recommend enhanced perimeter security during negotiation period. Not aggressive posture, but ensuring we have advance warning if the situation changes. The remaining community members acknowledged these preparations with professional efficiency, their military training adapted to protective rather than aggressive implementation. Unlike their former service, where individual soldiers were expected to accept risk for institutional objectives, their current community prioritized collective security and individual dignity equally, protecting themselves while maintaining the principled stance that had brought them together. Maya and Eleanor prepared for the meeting with careful attention to both practical and symbolic considerations. Civilian clothes rather than military gear, minimal personal equipment that couldn't be construed as threatening, maps and documents that supported their claim to legitimate independent status. Most importantly, they carried copies of their discharge papers and the community charter they'd developed, written documentation of their legal right to exist independent of NCR authority, and their principled reasons for choosing that path. The designated meeting location lay in a small clearing where the forest opened into a natural amphitheater, surrounded by tall pines that provided both acoustic containment and multiple observation points. Maya and Elena arrived 15 minutes early, using the time to assess the terrain and establish comfortable positioning that balanced security with diplomatic accessibility. Their former military training served them well in reading the landscape, though now for defensive rather than tactical advantage. Lieutenant Ward arrived precisely on schedule, accompanied by a senior non-commissioned officer Maya recognized from her years of service. Ward appeared younger than she'd expected, perhaps early 30s, with the earnest demeanor of someone who still believed in institutional purpose, despite witnessing its occasional failures. His companion, Master Sergeant Rodriguez, carried himself with the weathered competence of career military personnel who had seen enough combat to understand its costs without losing dedication to professional duty. Captain Reyes, Ward began, then corrected himself with visible respect. Ms. Reyes, thank you for agreeing to this meeting. I want to establish from the beginning that we're here for clarification and peaceful resolution, not enforcement action unless circumstances require it. This opening suggested official orders that prioritized information gathering over immediate detention, a positive indication that higher command sought understanding rather than simple suppression of their independent community. Maya acknowledged this approach with professional courtesy, while maintaining clear boundaries about their civilian status. Lieutenant Ward, we appreciate your professional conduct. Our community exists as independent civilians, exercising our legal right to residence in unincorporated territory. We have no ongoing obligations to NCR military authority and no interest in interfering with legitimate NCR operations. What specific concerns bring you to our location? Ward consulted official documentation before responding, his careful preparation suggesting this meeting had been thoroughly planned rather than resulting from routine patrol discovery. We've received reports that your group possesses military equipment and maintains organizational structure that could represent unauthorized military unit operating outside official command structure. Additionally, intelligence suggests possible coordination with anti-NCR elements in the region. These allegations carried serious implications, potentially justifying official action to dissolve their community or compel their return to military service. Elena stepped forward, her intelligence background providing crucial insight into the specific nature of such charges and appropriate response strategy. Lieutenant, we'd like to address each concern directly. Our community possesses only standard civilian equipment appropriate for rural self-sufficiency. Basic tools, hunting weapons, solar power systems, communication equipment for emergency purposes. No military-grade weapons, no classified technology, no equipment that exceeds civilian ownership parameters. We maintain no formal military structure. Our organization is consensual civilian governance based on shared values rather than military hierarchy. Maya continued Elena's explanation with specific detail that demonstrated their commitment to lawful existence. Regarding coordination with anti-NCR elements, our community maintains minimal contact with outside parties, specifically to avoid involvement in regional political conflicts. We've had no communication with hostile groups and no interest in interfering with NCR operations. Our only contact has been limited trade with civilian settlements for supplies we cannot produce ourselves. Ward listened with professional attention, though his expression suggested the allegations they were addressing exceeded the scope of routine security concerns. Ms. Reyes, the intelligence we've received indicates specific knowledge of NCR operational planning and possible compromise of classified information. These aren't general concerns about civilian settlement. They're focused allegations about security breaches that could affect active military operations. This revelation shifted the meeting's context significantly. Rather than facing routine investigation of their independent community, they were confronting accusations of espionage or collaboration with hostile elements, charges that could justify immediate detention and formal legal proceedings under military law. Maya felt the familiar tension of command decisions under pressure, though now complicated by responsibility to community members rather than institutional hierarchy. Lieutenant, we categorically deny any involvement in intelligence activities against NCR operations. Our knowledge of military procedures comes from our former service, not from ongoing access to classified information. We've maintained complete operational security, specifically to avoid any appearance of continued military involvement. These allegations suggest someone has provided specific misinformation about our activities. We request the opportunity to address these charges through proper examination of evidence, rather than assumption based on unverified intelligence. Eleanor recognized the tactical shift in their conversation, her intelligence training identifying patterns that suggested deliberate manipulation rather than legitimate security concerns. Lieutenant, the specificity of these allegations raises questions about their source and motivation. Our complete isolation from NCR operations makes the suggested security breaches practically impossible. Someone has provided false information designed to create conflict between NCR forces and our community. Ward acknowledged this possibility with professional consideration, his own experience apparently raising similar concerns about the intelligence he'd been provided. Ms. Reyes, Ms. Vasquez, I appreciate your direct response to these allegations. However, my orders require investigation of specific claims about information sharing and potential hostile coordination. I'm authorized to offer resolution through voluntary cooperation, providing access to your communications and settlement areas for verification that no security breaches have occurred. This offer presented their community with a crucial decision point. Cooperation would demonstrate their innocence regarding the specific allegations, but would also compromise their privacy and independence by subjecting their chosen lifestyle to official inspection and approval. Refusal might be construed as evidence of guilt, potentially escalating the situation toward official action. We need time to consult with our community, Maya responded, after exchanging meaningful glance with Elena. This decision affects everyone, not just our negotiation team. Can you provide 12 hours for internal discussion before we respond to your proposal? Ward considered this request with visible internal conflict between institutional urgency and respect for their reasonable need to consider such a significant decision. I can authorize 6-hour delay for your deliberation. My orders include specific timeline requirements that limit further extension. However, I want to be clear that we're seeking peaceful resolution rather than enforcement action if cooperation demonstrates your stated innocence. Understood, Lieutenant. We'll provide our response within 6 hours. Maya stood, extending her hand in recognition of Ward's professional conduct throughout their discussion. One additional question. Are you able to share the source of the intelligence that prompted this investigation? Not classified details, but general context that might help us understand why someone would make false allegations against our community. Ward hesitated, clearly weighing institutional protocols against practical cooperation that might serve both parties' interests. The information came through civilian channels rather than military intelligence. Reports from local settlements about suspicious activities and possible coordination with hostile elements. I cannot provide more specific details, but the source was considered credible enough to warrant official investigation. This information provided crucial context for their community's internal discussion. Rather than facing military intelligence concerns, they were confronting allegations from civilian sources who had knowledge of their existence and apparent motivation to create conflict with NCR authorities. Elena's expression reflected similar recognition of the implications. Someone within their broader area of contact had deliberately provided false information designed to force confrontation. The return journey to their settlement proceeded in thoughtful silence, both women processing the significant challenges their community now faced. The peaceful independence they'd carefully constructed was threatened not by institutional oppression, but by betrayal from sources they had trusted. Maya found herself confronting leadership responsibilities she'd hoped to share through consensus governance, while Elena grappled with intelligence implications that suggested coordinated effort to undermine their community's security. Upon reaching the settlement, they found their fellow community members maintaining alert but non-aggressive security posture, enhanced perimeter awareness without the threatening defensive preparations that might escalate tensions if NCR forces were conducting surveillance. The council circle reformed immediately upon their return, all members recognizing the urgency of decisions that would affect their collective future. Maya presented Ward's offer with complete transparency, including both the serious allegations they faced and the limited time available for decision-making. We have 6 hours to choose between voluntary cooperation that demonstrates our innocence but compromises our privacy, or refusal that might be interpreted as evidence of guilt and could lead to enforced resolution. The allegation suggests someone with knowledge of our community has provided false information to NCR authorities, Elena added, introducing the uncomfortable possibility that their security had been compromised by sources they'd considered trustworthy. Either someone in the local settlements we trade with has misrepresented our activities, or we have more direct security concerns to address. This revelation created immediate tension within the circle, not from fear of external threat, but from the deeper challenge to their fundamental trust in each other and their chosen isolation from broader political conflicts. Thomas shifted uncomfortably, his expression suggesting internal conflict that went beyond tactical concerns about their current situation. Before we address response to NCR demands, we need to discuss potential information sources, David stated with uncomfortable directness. If someone has provided specific intelligence about our activities, location, and capabilities, that person has access to information we've shared only within this community or through very limited external contact. The implication hung in the air with the weight of betrayal. Not just tactical compromise, but violation of the authentic relationships that had become central to their identity as a community, built on mutual trust rather than hierarchical discipline. Maya felt the familiar burden of command responsibility, though now complicated by her commitment to consensus governance and respect for individual dignity. "I need to share something," Thomas said quietly, his voice carrying the strain of someone preparing to make a difficult confession. "I've been in communication with NCR intelligence since we established this community. Not regular reporting, just occasional check-ins to demonstrate that we pose no security threat to regional operations." The silence that followed this admission carried profound implications for every relationship within their circle. Former Staff Sergeant Santos moved instinctively away from Thomas, her intelligence training recognizing the significance of information sharing with former institutional affiliations. James stared at his hands, processing the realization that their communication security had been compromised from within their most trusted circle. "Thomas," Maya said carefully, her leadership experience providing framework for addressing betrayal without abandoning their commitment to individual dignity. "I need you to explain the scope and purpose of these communications. What information have you shared? and what were you hoping to accomplish? Thomas met her gaze with visible effort, his expression reflecting genuine remorse balanced against what he apparently considered justified motivation. I was trying to protect us. I knew that complete isolation couldn't last forever. NCR would eventually identify our presence and location. I thought if I provided limited, carefully controlled information demonstrating our peaceful intent and non-involvement in regional conflicts, it would prevent exactly the situation we're facing now. Elena's intelligence background enabled her to recognize both the tactical logic and fundamental flaws in Thomas's approach. What specific information did you provide, and through what channels? The allegations Lieutenant Ward described suggest much more detailed intelligence than general assurances about our peaceful intentions. Location, approximate community size, general statement that we were former military personnel choosing civilian existence. Thomas replied, his voice strengthening as he defended his choices. I emphasized our non-involvement in anti-NCR activities and our commitment to remaining isolated from regional political conflicts. I thought I was preventing exactly what happened today. Maya processed this information with painful recognition of how individual attempts to manage institutional relationships could compromise collective security despite good intentions. Tomas's communication with NCR intelligence had indeed provided the basic information that enabled today's confrontation, though probably not the more specific allegations about espionage and hostile coordination that had prompted official investigation. Thomas, your intentions were protective, but the results have compromised our community's security and independence, she stated with measured authority. However, the specific allegations about information sharing and hostile coordination exceed what you've described. Someone else has provided additional false intelligence designed to create conflict rather than prevent it. David recognized the tactical implications of this assessment, his military experience identifying patterns that suggested coordinated effort rather than individual decision-making. If Thomas provided basic information to demonstrate peaceful intent, but NCR received additional intelligence suggesting hostile activities, then someone else had knowledge of our community and chose to provide false allegations. Who else has had contact with external parties? This question created uncomfortable self-examination within the circle, each member considering their limited interactions with the outside world and potential sources of compromise. Maya realized that their careful isolation had created false security. While they'd avoided direct involvement in regional conflicts, their very existence had been noted by various parties who might have their own motivations for creating difficulties. The trading relationships, Elena suggested, her analytical skills focusing on their most regular external contact. We've maintained limited but consistent trade with 3 civilian settlements for supplies we cannot produce ourselves. Those interactions required sharing basic information about our community size, location, and needs. Any of those contacts could have provided intelligence to other parties for their own reasons. James nodded agreement, his technical expertise recognizing additional vulnerability. Our communication monitoring capability might have been detected by other groups with similar equipment. If hostile elements identified our location through electronic signatures, they could have provided false intelligence to NCR specifically to create conflict between us and official authorities. These possibilities suggested their community faced more complex challenges than simple betrayal by Thomas or routine NCR investigation. Someone with knowledge of their existence and capabilities had deliberately chosen to create conflict through false allegations, using official authorities as unwitting tools to pressure or eliminate their independent community. We need to address immediate tactical situation while planning longer-term response to security concerns, Maya concluded, her leadership experience providing structure for managing multiple serious challenges simultaneously. First priority is responding to Lieutenant Ward's offer within the specified timeframe. Second priority is identifying and addressing the source of false intelligence about our activities. I recommend we accept voluntary cooperation with NCR investigation, Elena suggested, her intelligence background recognizing the advantages of demonstrating innocence through evidence rather than resistance. We have nothing to hide regarding the specific allegations, and cooperation shows good faith while potentially identifying the source of false intelligence through official investigation. Thomas supported this approach with visible relief at the opportunity to address the consequences of his individual communications. If we can demonstrate that my limited reporting was protective rather than hostile, and that the serious allegations came from other sources, it might actually strengthen our position by showing NCR that we've been victims of false intelligence rather than security threats. David offered tactical perspective on cooperation strategy. We should establish clear parameters for inspection, specific areas and materials that address the allegations without compromising privacy beyond necessary security verification. Demonstrate transparency while maintaining reasonable boundaries for our civilian status. This balanced approach reflected their community's adaptation of military discipline to civilian governance. Professional competence in addressing security challenges while maintaining commitment to consensus decision-making and individual dignity. Maya felt genuine pride in their collective response to crisis, even as she recognized the serious threats to their chosen independence. Agreed. Elena and I will return to communicate our acceptance of voluntary cooperation, with specific parameters that address security concerns while respecting our civilian status. Maya paused, considering the broader implications of their decision. Thomas, you'll provide complete disclosure of your communications with NCR intelligence as part of demonstrating transparency and identifying discrepancies with the false allegations we're addressing. The 6-hour deadline approached as their community completed preparation for official inspection and cooperation with NCR investigation. Rather than the forced capitulation that institutional authority might have demanded, they had chosen proactive engagement that maintained their principles while addressing legitimate security concerns through evidence rather than resistance. Maya and Elena returned to the designated meeting location with documentation that supported their complete cooperation, while establishing reasonable boundaries for the inspection process. Lieutenant Ward's professional conduct throughout their previous meetings suggested genuine interest in peaceful resolution rather than institutional dominance, offering hope that their transparency would demonstrate their innocence regarding the serious allegations they faced. Lieutenant Ward, our community accepts your offer of voluntary cooperation with security investigation, Maya announced as she approached his position. We've prepared complete documentation of our activities, communication records, and community governance structure that addresses the specific allegations about unauthorized military equipment and hostile coordination. Thomas Briggs, one of our members, will provide full disclosure of his limited communication with NCR intelligence that may have contributed to initial reports about our community's existence. Ward accepted this cooperation with visible satisfaction, his professional demeanor suggesting genuine preference for peaceful resolution over enforcement action. Ms. Reyes, I appreciate your community's willingness to address these concerns through transparency rather than resistance. My investigation team will conduct thorough but respectful inspection of your facilities and documentation. We're seeking verification of innocence rather than evidence of guilt. This approach reflected the professional military standards that Maya remembered from her years of service, thorough but fair investigation aimed at accurate assessment rather than predetermined conclusions. Elena's presence would ensure their community's interests remained protected throughout the inspection process, while Thomas's complete disclosure might help identify the sources of false intelligence that had created their current difficulties. The inspection proceeded with mutual respect and professional efficiency, NCR personnel conducting their security verification, while community members provided complete access to requested materials and areas. Within hours, the disparity between alleged hostile activities and actual civilian existence became apparent to Lieutenant Ward and his team, confirming their community's statements about false intelligence and peaceful intent. Miss Reyes, Ward concluded as his investigation neared completion, my team finds no evidence supporting the allegations about unauthorized military equipment, ongoing intelligence activities, or coordination with hostile elements. Your community appears to operate exactly as you've described. Former military personnel choosing independent civilian existence without interference in regional conflicts. This official conclusion vindicated their transparency while raising serious questions about the sources and motivations behind the false allegations that had prompted investigation. Mayer recognized the opportunity to address both immediate security and longer-term stability for their community. Lieutenant, our cooperation has demonstrated innocence regarding specific allegations, but we remain concerned about false intelligence that created this situation. Can your investigation identify sources of misinformation that suggested hostile activities where none existed? Ward considered this request with professional interest in accurate intelligence and potential security implications for NCR operations. Our preliminary analysis suggests civilian sources provided initial reports about suspicious activities, but additional allegations about espionage and hostile coordination came through different channels that we're still investigating. Your cooperation helps distinguish between legitimate security concerns and deliberate misinformation. Eleanor recognized the strategic opportunity this investigation presented for addressing their community's longer-term security. Lieutenant, if your official findings document false allegations and identify sources of misinformation, that documentation could provide our community with protection against future harassment based on similar false claims. This practical approach to their situation appealed towards professional interest in preventing future problems through proper resolution of current concerns. I can provide official documentation of our investigation findings, including verification of your community's peaceful civilian status and identification of false intelligence sources where possible. This should provide protection against future allegations based on similar misinformation. With official investigation concluded and their innocence established through evidence rather than assertion, Maya's community faced the aftermath of their first serious external challenge. They had maintained their principles while demonstrating competence in addressing legitimate security concerns, but the betrayal by Thomas remained to be addressed through their internal governance processes. Thomas, Maya addressed him as they returned to their settlement. Your communication with Nuclear Intelligence, while well-intentioned, violated our community's commitment to collective decision-making about external relationships. However, your complete cooperation with resolving this situation demonstrates continued commitment to our shared values. The community circle reformed that evening beneath the star-filled sky, their traditional space for making decisions taking on new significance after surviving their first serious test of their chosen independence. The crisis had revealed vulnerabilities in their security and governance, but also confirmed their capacity to address challenges through principles rather than abandoning them under pressure. We've learned important lessons about the complexity of maintaining independence Alina observed, her intelligence background providing valuable perspective on their experience. Complete isolation isn't sustainable, but external relationships require community awareness and collective decision-making rather than individual initiative, however well-intentioned. David offered tactical perspective on their enhanced security awareness. We've also demonstrated that transparency and cooperation can be more effective than defensive resistance when addressing legitimate concerns. Our principles become stronger through testing rather than weaker through compromise. Maya felt deep satisfaction with their community's response to crisis, despite the serious challenges they'd faced and the ongoing work required to address revealed vulnerabilities. We've proven that former military personnel can create civilian community based on consensus rather than hierarchy, principles rather than institutional loyalty. Our stand here isn't against NCR authority, but for the possibility of choosing our own path while maintaining respect for legitimate security concerns. As the evening stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, the small community continued their quiet work of building something different from both military hierarchy and wasteland chaos. A place where individual dignity and collective security could coexist through patient commitment to principles tested but not abandoned when challenged. The betrayal and reconciliation, the external threat and internal strength, the delicate balance between independence and responsibility, all had been navigated through their chosen approach of consensus rather than command, evidence rather than assertion, principles rather than expedience. Their stand in these remote mountains represented not rebellion for its own sake, but the patient work of proving that alternatives to institutional authority could exist through disciplined commitment to shared values. While Maya's community continued their evening deliberations beneath the star-filled sky, elsewhere in the wasteland, another outcast prepared for a very different kind of reckoning. In a hidden bunker carved into a rocky hillside, former Brotherhood Knight Sarah Galloway studied tactical maps by lamplight, her weathered fingers tracing patrol routes she'd spent months learning to disrupt. As our forest rebels affirmed their principles through transparency and cooperation, our next tale beckons from the shadows, where revenge wars with conscience. Join us for the Outcasts' Revenge. The pre-dawn darkness of the Mojave stretched endlessly in all directions, a vast canvas of shadow broken only by the distant glow of New Vegas on the southern horizon and the scattered pinpricks of settlement lights that marked humanity's stubborn persistence in the wasteland. From her concealed position atop a wind-carved sandstone ridge, former Brotherhood Knight Sarah Galloway adjusted the focus on her salvaged military binoculars, studying the valley below, where Brotherhood patrol routes intersected with the old highway system that connected isolated communities throughout the region. 6 months had passed since her exile from the Brotherhood of Steel, officially for Filia to maintain discipline and respect for chain of command, though the reality had been far more complex than administrative language could capture. The medical supplies she'd refused to confiscate from Goodsprings had meant the difference between life and death for 3 children battling radiation sickness. Her commanding officer's response, that civilian welfare could not supersede Brotherhood objectives regarding technological security, had crystallized months of growing doubt about the organization she'd served with unquestioning loyalty since her recruitment as a teenager. Sarah's hidden bunker lay carved into the ridge face itself, invisible from ground level and shielded from aerial detection by carefully positioned camouflage and electronic countermeasures she'd developed during her years as a Brotherhood technical specialist. The excavation had required months of patient work with hand tools, moving rock and debris only during hours when Brotherhood patrols were elsewhere, creating a sanctuary that existed in the blind spots of her former organization's comprehensive surveillance network. The bunker's interior reflected her methodical approach to surviving independently in hostile territory. Sleeping area, workshop space, communications equipment, and storage for supplies, acquired through careful salvage and limited trade with settlements sympathetic to those who'd chosen exile from major factions. Most prominent was the tactical planning area, where detailed maps covered every surface, marked with patrol routes, timing patterns, equipment manifests, and personnel assignments, gathered through months of patient observation and careful intelligence gathering. Those maps represented her ongoing project of harassment and disruption, not random vandalism or violence, but precisely calculated interference with Brotherhood operations, designed to reduce their efficiency while avoiding direct confrontation that might escalate into broader conflict. False trail markers that led patrols away from their objectives, equipment sabotage that created delays without permanent damage, misinformation planted through civilian channels that sent squads to investigate non-existent technological threats, while real opportunities passed unnoted. Sarah examined her latest intelligence acquisition. Communications intercepts revealing Brotherhood plans for a major operation to secure a pre-war medical research facility approximately 40 kilometers northeast of her position. According to the fragmentary transmissions she'd decoded, the facility contained advanced pharmaceutical research equipment and documentation that could significantly enhance the Brotherhood's medical capabilities. More importantly, from her perspective, it represented exactly the type of operation she'd spent months learning to disrupt through misdirection and false intelligence. The irony wasn't lost on her that she was using skills developed during Brotherhood service to work against Brotherhood objectives. Technical expertise in communications interception, tactical analysis of military operations, understanding of Brotherhood procedures and psychology, gained through years of dedicated service. Yet the medical nature of the target facility created uncomfortable parallels to the Goodsprings incident that had led to her exile, raising questions about whether disrupting acquisition of medical technology served any purpose beyond personal satisfaction at thwarting her former organization. She spread the detailed topographical maps across her planning table, correlating the facility's location with known Brotherhood patrol patterns, supply routes, and communication relay positions. The medical research complex had been abandoned since the Great War, its sophisticated containment systems and specialized equipment protected by automated security that had prevented looting by Wasteland scavengers. Brotherhood reconnaissance had identified it as a high-value target requiring coordinated assault by multiple specialist teams. Exactly the type of complex operation most vulnerable to her disruption techniques. Sarah's standard approach involved creating false intelligence about increased hostile activity in areas adjacent to Brotherhood objectives, drawing security patrols away from their intended targets, while creating the appearance of legitimate tactical concerns, anonymous tips to settlements about incoming raider threats, falsified radio transmissions suggesting super mutant movement, carefully placed evidence of fictional hostile encampments, each designed to trigger Brotherhood response protocols that diverted resources from primary objectives without creating actual danger to civilian populations. For the medical facility operation, she'd planned an elaborate deception involving multiple false objectives designed to fragment Brotherhood forces across a wide area, while leaving the primary target inadequately protected for successful acquisition. Fake distress signals from supposed civilian settlements under attack, planted evidence of Enclave technology caches requiring immediate investigation, forged communications suggesting coordinated hostile operations throughout the region, a comprehensive misinformation campaign that would render the Brotherhood incapable of mounting effective assault on their primary objective. Yet as Sarah reviewed the facility's technical specifications gleaned from her intelligence gathering, troubling details emerged that complicated her satisfaction at the prospect of disrupting Brotherhood operations. The medical research complex hadn't simply been abandoned. It had been evacuated under emergency protocols due to containment failures involving experimental biological agents. Warning signs in multiple languages adorned the facility's entrances. Radiation detectors registered elevated levels throughout the complex, and automated systems continued broadcasting hazard warnings after decades of abandonment. The technical documentation she'd acquired through careful hacking of pre-war databases revealed that the facility had been conducting advanced research into biological weapons countermeasures, developing treatments for engineered pathogens and radiation-induced genetic damage that had been among the military's most classified projects before the Great War. The evacuation had occurred when experimental subjects began exhibiting unexpected mutations, suggesting that whatever biological agents remained in the facility posed continuing danger to anyone who might breach its containment systems. Brotherhood protocols for handling hazardous materials were among the most rigorous in the Wasteland, developed through decades of experience with dangerous pre-war technology and the catastrophic consequences of improper handling. Their planned operation included specialized containment equipment, hazmat procedures, and decontamination protocols specifically designed to prevent the spread of biological hazards while securing valuable research materials. Unlike the various raider gangs and scavenger groups that might attempt to loot such a facility without understanding its dangers, the Brotherhood possessed both the knowledge and equipment necessary for safe approach to such hazardous environments. This realization created profound discomfort for Sarah as she considered the implications of disrupting the Brotherhood's careful approach to containing dangerous biological materials. Her personal grievances against the organization's authoritarian methods couldn't override the practical reality that they might be the only faction capable of safely securing materials that could pose regional threats if improperly handled. The medical research that had originally motivated her protection of Goodsprings supplies now argued for allowing Brotherhood acquisition of advanced pharmaceutical resources, despite her personal resentment at their institutional priorities. Sarah found herself confronting the uncomfortable possibility that her months of harassment and disruption had been motivated more by personal anger than principled opposition to Brotherhood policies. The satisfaction she derived from thwarting their operations began to feel petty when balanced against the potential consequences of preventing proper containment of hazardous materials. Her technical expertise, the same knowledge that enabled her disruption campaigns, also allowed her to recognize the legitimate dangers posed by abandoned biological research facilities and the Brotherhood's unique capability for addressing such threats. The night passed slowly as she wrestled with this internal conflict, reviewing intelligence materials and technical specifications while struggling to reconcile her personal grievances with broader implications for regional security. Dawn found her no closer to resolution, but with growing recognition that her planned disruption of the medical facility operation might serve personal satisfaction at the expense of legitimate safety concerns that transcended her individual dispute with Brotherhood authority. As morning light strengthened across the desert landscape, Sarah made the difficult decision to observe the Brotherhood operation without interference, allowing her to gather intelligence about their methods while avoiding premature commitment to either disruption or assistance. From her concealed ridge position, she could monitor their approach to the facility and assess their handling of hazardous materials before determining whether intervention was necessary or advisable. The Brotherhood advance team arrived at the facility perimeter precisely on schedule, their approach demonstrating the methodical caution that characterized operations involving unknown dangers. Paladin Chen, whom Sarah recognized from her years of service, led the team with careful attention to environmental hazards and containment procedures. Unlike the aggressive assault tactics used for standard technology recovery, this operation proceeded with scientific precision. Radiation monitoring, atmospheric sampling, remote assessment of facility integrity before any personnel entered potentially contaminated areas. Through her binoculars, Sarah watched Chen's team establish a secure perimeter around the facility, while technical specialists conducted preliminary evaluation of the automated warning systems and containment status. Their equipment included sophisticated detection gear she recognized from Brotherhood hazmat protocols, devices capable of identifying biological agents, radiation levels, and structural integrity that far exceeded the capabilities available to other Wasteland factions. The care with which they approached the facility demonstrated understanding of the specific dangers involved, rather than merely following general security procedures. "Perimeter secure," she heard through her intercepted communications as Chen reported to Brotherhood Command. Preliminary scans indicate containment systems partially intact, but showing signs of degradation. Recommend full hazmat protocols for interior investigation. Biological warning indicators remain active after 60 years. Whatever they were working on here, it's not something we want to encounter without proper protection. This professional assessment reflected exactly the type of cautious approach that dangerous biological materials required, confirming Sarah's growing recognition that the Brotherhood might indeed be the appropriate organization to handle this particular recovery operation. Her technical background allowed her to understand the implications of degraded containment systems and the potential consequences if biological agents were released through improper handling by less qualified individuals. The interior investigation proceeded with painstaking attention to safety protocols, each team member equipped with sealed environmental suits and connected to external monitoring systems that would detect biological exposure or equipment failure. Sarah found herself genuinely impressed by their professional competence, despite her personal resentment toward the organization's institutional authority. Whatever her complaints about Brotherhood policies regarding civilian welfare, their technical expertise and safety procedures remained genuinely superior to alternatives available in the post-war world. "Initial assessment complete," Chen reported after his team had conducted preliminary exploration of the facility's outer sections. "Research materials appear intact, but secured behind containment barriers that will require specialized equipment to breach safely. No immediate signs of containment failure, but biological hazard indicators remain elevated throughout the complex. Recommend full technical team with advanced hazmat capabilities for document recovery and equipment assessment." This measured response demonstrated exactly the type of careful evaluation that Sarah's disruption campaigns had been designed to prevent, yet now she found herself hoping they would succeed in securing dangerous materials, rather than abandoning them to potential misuse by other parties. The recognition of this internal contradiction forced uncomfortable acknowledgement that her months of harassment had served personal vendetta rather than principled opposition to legitimately problematic policies. As the Brotherhood team completed their preliminary assessment and prepared for the more complex operation of actually recovering research materials, Sarah faced a decision that would define both her immediate actions and her longer-term relationship with her former organization. She could proceed with her planned disruption, satisfying her personal desire for revenge while potentially preventing safe containment of hazardous biological materials. Alternatively, she could abandon her harassment campaign, recognizing that some Brotherhood operations served legitimate safety purposes that transcended her individual grievances with institutional authority. The internal conflict had been building for weeks as Sarah observed Brotherhood operations throughout the region and recognized that many served genuine protective functions rather than merely advancing organizational power. Medical supplies delivered to remote settlements, dangerous technology secured from raider groups who would misuse it. Research facilities like this one properly contained rather than left as potential hazards. Activities that aligned with her own values regarding civilian protection and responsible handling of dangerous materials. Her exile from the Brotherhood had resulted from challenging orders that prioritized institutional objectives over civilian welfare, yet her subsequent harassment campaign had potentially interfered with operations that actually served civilian interests through proper management of regional hazards. The contradiction suggested that her opposition had become reflexive rather than principled, motivated by personal resentment rather than genuine ethical concerns about Brotherhood policies and methods. Sarah found herself recalling conversations with Dr. Mitchell in Goodsprings, the settlement physician whose grateful acknowledgement of her protection of medical supplies had validated her decision to challenge Brotherhood orders. Yet Dr. Mitchell had also expressed appreciation for Brotherhood medical assistance to settlements throughout the region, noting that their technical expertise and resources had saved lives that local medical practitioners couldn't have preserved with limited equipment and supplies. Even her act of principled defiance had occurred within a context of generally beneficial Brotherhood activities that she'd chosen to ignore in favor of focusing on institutional failures. This broader perspective on Brotherhood operations forced uncomfortable recognition that her months of disruption had targeted the organization as a whole, rather than specifically addressing the policies and practices she found objectionable. Her technical expertise and insider knowledge had enabled effective harassment of legitimate operations, while doing nothing to address the institutional authoritarianism that had originally motivated her opposition. Rather than working toward reform or offering alternative approaches to technology management, she'd simply pursued revenge through sabotage. The realization brought a sense of profound disappointment in herself. Not for challenging Brotherhood authority when it conflicted with civilian welfare, but for allowing that legitimate concern to degenerate into indiscriminate hostility that served personal satisfaction rather than principled objectives. Her years of Brotherhood service had instilled values regarding responsibility and duty that her recent activities had violated, replacing institutional loyalty with personal vendetta rather than channeling her concerns into constructive alternatives. As Chen's team completed their preparations for the complex operation of securing biological research materials, Sarah made her decision with the same methodical evaluation that had characterized her best work as a Brotherhood Knight. The medical facility contained materials that required proper containment, regardless of her personal feelings about the organization best equipped to provide it. Her technical knowledge and moral convictions both argued for allowing the Brotherhood to complete their operation without interference, even if it meant abandoning the satisfaction of continuing her harassment campaign. More than simply refraining from disruption, Sarah realized that her unique position and expertise might enable positive contribution to the operation's success. Her months of intelligence gathering had provided comprehensive knowledge of regional threats and conditions that could affect the Brotherhood team's safety during their hazardous material recovery, warning them about potential hostile activity or environmental dangers might serve civilian protection better than allowing her personal grievances to prevent effective containment of biological hazard. The decision to actively assist rather than merely avoid interfering required overcoming significant personal pride and resentment, acknowledging that institutional authority she'd rejected might sometimes serve purposes that aligned with her own values. Yet her technical training and moral convictions both argued for prioritizing regional safety over personal satisfaction, regardless of the organizational context or her individual relationship with Brotherhood leadership. Sarah activated her communication equipment, establishing contact with Chen's team through Brotherhood frequencies she still remembered from her years of service. The initial response carried understandable suspicion. She was officially designated as exiled personnel, whose communication might represent security threat or deliberate interference with ongoing operations. Paladin Chen, this is former Knight Sarah Galloway. I have intelligence regarding potential threats to your current operation, and request permission to share information that may affect your team's safety during biological hazard recovery. The pause before Chen's response suggested consultation with higher authority, probably including verification of her identity and assessment of potential security implications. When he replied, his tone carried professional caution, balanced against recognition of her technical expertise and service record, despite her current exile status. Galloway, your communication is acknowledged. State the nature of your intelligence and current position. Be advised that any attempt at operational interference will be met with appropriate defensive measures. This measured response reflected the professional competence that had earned Chen his rank, acknowledging potential value of her information while maintaining appropriate security protocols. Sarah appreciated his balanced approach, which demonstrated the type of leadership she'd respected during her years of service, even when disagreeing with broader institutional policies. Paladin, I've been monitoring regional activity from concealed position approximately 2 kilometers southwest of the facility. 3 separate raider groups have shown increased activity in this area over the past week, apparently drawn by Brotherhood reconnaissance activities. Additionally, automated facility defenses may include biological agent release mechanisms designed to prevent unauthorized access. Recommend enhanced perimeter security and verification of containment system status before breaching interior barriers. Chen acknowledged this intelligence with professional appreciation, recognizing both its potential value and the unusual circumstances of receiving assistance from exiled personnel. Understood, Galloway. Can you provide specific details about raider group composition and approach vectors? Also requiring technical assessment of facility defense systems based on your monitoring activities. Sarah provided comprehensive briefing based on her months of intelligence gathering, sharing information about regional threats and facility specifications that could affect the operation's success and safety. Her assistance carried no expectation of reconciliation with Brotherhood authority, but reflected recognition that effective containment of biological hazards served broader purposes than organizational politics or personal grievances. The collaborative exchange continued for nearly an hour as Sarah shared detailed intelligence while Chen adjusted operational parameters based on her information. Their professional cooperation demonstrated the type of effective coordination that had characterized the Brotherhood's best operations during her years of service, transcending individual conflicts through shared commitment to mission success and personnel safety. Galloway, your intelligence has been valuable for operational planning. I'm authorized to request clarification of your current status and intentions regarding this operation. Are you seeking reinstatement or offering limited cooperation while maintaining exile status? This question forced Sarah to articulate her evolving understanding of her relationship with the Brotherhood and her individual principles. Months of internal conflict had clarified that her opposition to specific institutional practices didn't require rejection of all Brotherhood activities, particularly those that served legitimate civilian protection through responsible management of dangerous technology. Paladin, I remain committed to my original position regarding civilian welfare and institutional accountability. However, this operation serves legitimate safety purposes that transcend organizational politics. I'm offering limited cooperation to ensure successful containment of biological hazards without seeking changes to my current status or relationship with Brotherhood authority." Chen's response reflected understanding of her position and appreciation for her principled approach to a complex situation. "Understood. Your assistance is acknowledged and appreciated. Will you maintain monitoring position to provide security updates during facility interior operations?" "Affirmative, Paladin. Will maintain communication and provide intelligence updates regarding perimeter threats or facility system status changes." With this arrangement established, Sarah found herself in the unusual position of supporting a Brotherhood operation while maintaining her exile status and independence from institutional authority. The collaboration demonstrated that principled opposition to organizational policies didn't require complete hostility toward all activities, particularly when broader civilian interests were involved. The Brotherhood's interior operation proceeded with careful attention to both biological hazards and facility security systems, their methodical approach validating Sarah's assessment that they possessed the necessary expertise for safe containment of dangerous materials. Through her continued monitoring and intelligence sharing, she contributed to their success while maintaining her independent status and commitment to civilian welfare over institutional loyalty. As afternoon approached, Chen's team had successfully secured the most critical research materials and established proper containment protocols for biological agents that remained in the facility. Their operation demonstrated professional competence in handling exactly the type of dangerous technology that required careful oversight rather than unrestricted access by various Wasteland factions. "Operation successful," Chen reported to Brotherhood Command. "Critical research materials secured with appropriate containment protocols. Facility biological hazards contained and monitored. Recommend continued restricted access and periodic monitoring to ensure containment integrity." Sarah felt genuine satisfaction at the successful completion of an operation that served legitimate safety purposes, despite her complex relationship with the organization that had carried it out. Her contribution had enabled improved security and more effective containment without requiring any compromise of her principles regarding civilian welfare and institutional accountability. "Eloise," Chen addressed her through their communication link as his team prepared for departure, "your assistance has been noted in operational reports. While I cannot speak to policy regarding your exile status, your conduct today reflects the values that define Brotherhood service at its best." This acknowledgement carried deeper meaning than simple professional courtesy, recognizing that principled opposition and institutional loyalty weren't necessarily incompatible when both served broader purposes of civilian protection and responsible technology management. Sarah appreciated Chen's balanced assessment, which validated her approach without requiring reconciliation with aspects of Brotherhood authority she continued to find problematic. As evening approached and the Brotherhood team departed with their secured materials, Sarah remained at her observation position, processing the day's events and their implications for her ongoing relationship with her former organization. The successful collaboration had demonstrated that her technical expertise and moral convictions could serve civilian welfare through limited cooperation rather than indiscriminate opposition, even while maintaining her independence from institutional authority. The months of harassment and disruption now seemed not merely ineffective but counterproductive, serving personal satisfaction rather than the civilian protection that had originally motivated her challenge to Brotherhood orders. Her encounter with the medical facility operation had clarified that principled opposition required discriminating between legitimate institutional activities and problematic policies, supporting beneficial operations while continuing to challenge authoritarian practices. This recognition didn't eliminate her concerns about Brotherhood institutional culture or her commitment to civilian welfare over organizational objectives. However, it provided framework for more effective opposition that focused on specific problems rather than reflexive hostility toward all activities. Her unique position as exiled personnel with insider knowledge and technical expertise might enable more constructive contribution to civilian protection through selective cooperation rather than comprehensive antagonism. As night settled over the desert landscape, Sarah began planning a different approach to her relationship with the Brotherhood, maintaining her independence and critical perspective while offering assistance for operations that served legitimate civilian interests. The medical facility experience had taught her that effective, principled opposition required sophisticated evaluation of individual situations rather than blanket hostility based on institutional affiliation. Her technical skills and moral convictions remained unchanged, but her understanding of how to apply them effectively had evolved beyond simple revenge toward the more complex work of serving civilian welfare through whatever means proved most effective, regardless of organizational politics. The bunker that had served as headquarters for harassment campaigns might now become base for more constructive activities that combined independence with selective cooperation when circumstances warranted. The desert stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, unchanged by human conflicts and institutional politics, their steady light providing perspective on the transient nature of individual grievances compared to the enduring need for principled service to civilian protection. Sarah's exile would continue, but her understanding of its purpose had evolved beyond personal vindication toward the more challenging work of effective opposition that served broader purposes than individual satisfaction. Her months of disruption had taught valuable lessons about the limitations of revenge-motivated resistance, while the medical facility operation had demonstrated the potential for principled cooperation that transcended organizational boundaries when civilian welfare was involved. The path forward required balancing independence with responsibility, maintaining critical perspective while recognizing legitimate institutional activities that deserved support rather than interference. As the night deepened around her concealed position, Sarah continued planning this more nuanced approach to her complex relationship with the Brotherhood and her ongoing commitment to civilian protection through whatever means proved most effective. The Wasteland offered many opportunities for principled service that didn't require institutional affiliation, while still benefiting from technical expertise and moral conviction, applied with discrimination rather than indiscriminate hostility. While Sarah contemplated her evolved understanding of principled opposition from her desert ridge, far to the east in the heart of NCR territory, a young man worked by lamplight in a hidden basement, his fingers stained with ink as he prepared another batch of pamphlets. 22-year-old Elijah paused in his printing work, holding up a freshly made copy of the original NCR Constitution, its words about democracy and justice as sharp now as when they were first written. As our former Brotherhood Knight discovered the complexity of effective resistance, our next tale beckons from the underground presses where words themselves become weapons. Join us for The Resistance Fighter. The amber glow of kerosene lamps cast dancing shadows across the basement walls of Elijah's hidden workshop, their warm light illuminating stacks of carefully preserved pre-war books and the modest printing press that had become the heart of his quiet revolution. 22 years old, but possessing the focused determination of someone who had discovered purpose beyond his years, Elijah Chen worked with methodical precision, his fingers already stained black from the evening's printing session, as he prepared another batch of pamphlets that would soon circulate through the settlement of Dayglow under cover of darkness. The basement had once served as storage for the general store above, its concrete walls and sturdy shelving now repurposed to house the most dangerous materials in NCR territory. Not weapons or explosives, but ideas. Books on democratic theory, copies of the original NCR Constitution, historical accounts of civil disobedience movements, and the precious printing equipment that allowed him to transform abstract principles into tangible instruments of peaceful resistance. Each item had been acquired through patient searching and careful trade, building a library that represented everything the current NCI administration seemed determined to forget about its founding ideals. Above, the settlement of Daylo went about its evening routine under the watchful presence of NCR forces, who had arrived 6 months ago with promises of protection and prosperity that had quickly transformed into demands for increased taxation, mandatory conscription quotas, and restrictions on local governance that reduced the town council to little more than administrative functionaries, implementing orders from distant bureaucrats. The transformation had been gradual but relentless. Small compromises that accumulated into comprehensive control, justified through appeals to regional security and economic efficiency, that masked the systematic erosion of the democratic principles that had originally legitimized NCR authority. Elijah paused in his work, holding up a freshly printed pamphlet that quoted directly from the NCR's founding documents. Words about consent of the governed, individual rights, and democratic participation that now seemed revolutionary simply because they contradicted current official policy. The irony wasn't lost on him that distributing the Republic's own constitutional principles had become an act of sedition, requiring secrecy and careful coordination to avoid the detention and interrogation that awaited those who questioned authority too openly or effectively. His commitment to peaceful resistance had been shaped by years of listening to his grandmother Rosa's stories about the early days of NCR expansion, when civic participation and democratic idealism had motivated citizens to build something better than the chaos and authoritarianism that characterized most post-war governance. Rosa had participated in town meetings where ordinary citizens could influence policy, voted in elections that actually determined leadership, and witnessed negotiations between NCR officials and local communities that treated both parties as legitimate stakeholders rather than subjects and administrators. Her stories had provided Elijah with both inspiration and tactical guidance, understanding that sustainable political change required broad popular support rather than dramatic individual actions, that effective resistance movements built consensus through education rather than confrontation, and that maintaining moral legitimacy through non-violent methods ultimately proved more powerful than armed rebellion that could be dismissed as terrorism or lawlessness. His printing press served as the foundation for this approach, providing the means to share ideas that could change minds, rather than merely expressing frustration through destructive acts that alienated potential supporters. The pamphlets themselves reflected careful attention to both content and presentation, designed to appear as civic education rather than seditious propaganda. Direct quotes from founding documents, historical examples of democratic participation, constitutional analysis that highlighted contradictions between current policies and stated principles, each publication providing citizens with intellectual tools for evaluating their situation, rather than inflammatory rhetoric that might discredit the broader movement through association with extremism or violence. Distribution required equally careful planning, utilizing networks of trusted individuals who shared the pamphlets during routine social interactions, rather than dramatic public demonstrations that would attract official attention and provide justification for crackdowns. Conversations at the market, materials left in public spaces where curious citizens might discover them naturally, discussions during community gatherings that gradually introduced ideas about democratic rights and civic participation, a gradual process of consciousness raising that built support without creating obvious targets for official retaliation. The approach had proven remarkably effective over the past 4 months since Elijah had begun his printing operation. Citizens who had accepted increased taxation and reduced local autonomy as unfortunate necessities began questioning whether such sacrifices were actually required for security and prosperity. Town council members started citing constitutional principles during their increasingly perfunctory meetings with NCR administrators. Even some NCR personnel assigned to Dayglow had been observed reading the pamphlets with thoughtful attention rather than immediately dismissing them as anti-government propaganda. This growing awareness had not gone unnoticed by NCR Command, whose response had evolved from initial dismissal of local political education to increased surveillance of settlement activities, and veiled warnings about the consequences of promoting divisive materials that undermine regional stability. Sergeant Diaz, the NCR garrison commander, had begun conducting informal interviews with citizens, ostensibly to address security concerns, but clearly intended to identify sources and distributors of what official reports described as seditious literature, promoting anti-government sentiment. The escalating tension came to a head when Elijah's younger sister Carmen was detained for questioning about her knowledge of illegal printing activities and distribution of unauthorized political materials. The official justification? That she had been observed in possession of pamphlets containing anti-NCR propaganda, masked the reality that she was being held as leverage to force Elijah's surrender and cessation of his resistance activities. The detention had been conducted with bureaucratic propriety, complete with documentation and legal pretenses, but its coercive intent was unmistakable to anyone familiar with authoritarian tactics. This personal escalation forced Elijah to confront the fundamental tension between his commitment to peaceful resistance and the practical reality that effective opposition to authoritarian authority inevitably provoked retaliation that could affect innocent people whose only connection to his activities was family relationship or community association. His grandmother Rosa had warned him that principled resistance required accepting personal risk, but Keyamuna's detention raised more complex questions about the moral legitimacy of activities whose consequences extended beyond willing participants to those who hadn't chosen involvement in political resistance. The basement workshop seemed smaller and more oppressive as Elijah considered his options. Kerosene lamps casting the same warm light but now illuminating a space that felt more like a trap than a sanctuary. He could surrender himself to NCR authorities, accepting whatever punishment they deemed appropriate while securing Carmen's release and protecting other community members from association with his activities. Alternatively, he could escalate his resistance, accepting offers from some supporters who advocated more direct action against NCR installations and personnel as the only effective response to institutional coercion and intimidation. Neither option aligned with his fundamental conviction that sustainable political change required maintaining moral legitimacy through peaceful methods that preserve democratic principles, even while challenging authoritarian practices. Surrender would end his resistance activities, but would also validate the use of coercion against family members as an effective tactic for suppressing dissent, encouraging similar approaches in future situations. Escalation to violent resistance would provide immediate emotional satisfaction, but would also transform his movement from civic education into armed rebellion, justifying increased repression and alienating moderate supporters who distinguished between constitutional advocacy and violent opposition to legitimate government authority. As midnight approached, Elijah found himself returning to the founding documents that had inspired his resistance, not for specific tactical guidance, but for the broader principles that might provide framework for navigating the current crisis without abandoning his commitment to democratic ideals. The constitutional provisions regarding civil liberties, due process, and governmental accountability suggested that even his current situation might be addressed through institutional means if approached with sufficient skill and popular support. The inspiration came from recognizing that Carmen's detention, while intended to coerce his surrender, had also created an opportunity to demonstrate the arbitrary nature of current NCR policies and their contradiction with stated democratic principles. Rather than responding through either surrender or escalation, he could address the situation publicly, using his sister's detention as a concrete example of the institutional problems his resistance movement sought to address through peaceful reform rather than violent opposition. The decision crystallized as Elijah realized that his most powerful response would be to organize a public demonstration demanding Carmen's release based on constitutional principles rather than personal appeal, transforming a private family crisis into a public test of whether NCR authority would respect its own founding documents when challenged through legitimate civic action. Such an approach would require considerable personal courage and carry significant risk of failure, but it offered the possibility of advancing his broader objectives while addressing the immediate crisis through methods consistent with his democratic convictions. Preparation for the public demonstration required careful coordination with the network of supporters his resistance movement had developed over months of patient organizing. Rosa provided crucial guidance based on her experience with early NCR civic participation, helping him understand how to frame the event as legitimate exercise of constitutional rights, rather than anti-government protest that could be dismissed or suppressed as seditious activity. Democracy means nothing if citizens cannot challenge official actions through peaceful assembly and petition for redress of grievances, Rosa observed as they planned the demonstration in her small parlor, surrounded by faded photographs of early NCR civic gatherings, where ordinary citizens had successfully influenced government policy through organized advocacy. Your sister's detention without clear legal justification violates due process rights that are supposed to protect all NCR citizens. Demanding accountability isn't rebellion, it's civic responsibility. This constitutional framework provided the intellectual foundation for organizing the demonstration as legitimate civic action rather than anti-government protest, emphasizing constitutional principles and legal procedures rather than emotional appeals or inflammatory rhetoric that might discredit their cause. Elijah worked through the night, preparing materials that documented the legal basis for their demands, while coordinating with supporters who would participate in the public assembly despite obvious risks of official retaliation. The morning of the demonstration dawned clear and calm, Dayglow's main square filling gradually with citizens who carried copies of the NCR Constitution, legal documents supporting due process rights, and carefully prepared statements demanding Carmen's release based on established legal principles rather than personal appeals for mercy or special consideration. The gathering maintained dignified formality appropriate to civic petition rather than emotional protest. Participants dressed in their best clothes and conducting themselves with the respectful demeanor appropriate to citizens addressing legitimate governmental authority. Sergeant Diaz arrived with several NCR personnel as the crowd reached approximately 50 citizens, a significant turnout for a settlement of Dayglow's size, representing genuine community support rather than merely personal loyalty to Elijah or his family. The NCR response appeared carefully planned, with sufficient personnel to maintain order, but not so many as to suggest that peaceful assembly was being treated as armed rebellion requiring military suppression. "Citizens of Dayglow," Elijah addressed the gathering from the courthouse steps, his voice carrying the calm authority of someone speaking from moral conviction rather than personal anger or political ambition. "We are assembled today to exercise our constitutional right to petition our government for redress of grievances, specifically regarding the detention of Carmen Chen, without clear legal justification or due process protections guaranteed to all NCR citizens under our founding documents. This opening established the demonstration's legitimacy through explicit reference to constitutional provisions, while avoiding inflammatory language that might justify official suppression or alienate moderate citizens who might support constitutional advocacy but oppose anti-government protest." Elijah continued his address by reading directly from NCR founding documents, letting the Republic's own principles provide the intellectual framework for challenging current policies, rather than relying on personal opinion or political theory that could be dismissed as partisan ideology. Article 4 of the NCR Constitution guarantees that no citizen shall be deprived of liberty without due process of law, including the right to know the specific charges against them and to receive fair hearing before impartial tribunal, he read from the document he held, his voice steady despite the obvious personal stakes involved in the demonstration. "Carmen Chen has been detained for 3 days without being informed of specific charges or provided opportunity for legal representation. We respectfully request that NCR authorities honor their constitutional obligations by either providing due process or releasing her immediately." Sergeant Diaz stepped forward to address the crowd, his demeanor professional but clearly uncomfortable with the constitutional framework Elijah had established for the demonstration. Military training had prepared him for managing civil disturbances and anti-government protests, but hadn't provided specific guidance for responding to citizens who demanded governmental accountability through legitimate legal channels while maintaining respect for institutional authority. "Citizens, I understand your concerns about Ms. Chen's detention. However, her questioning is part of an ongoing investigation into activities that may threaten regional security. NCR authority to conduct such investigations is established through proper legal channels and serves legitimate governmental purposes. This response, while formally correct, avoided addressing the specific constitutional issues Elijah had raised about due process and legal representation, an evasion that several citizens immediately recognized and challenged through respectful but pointed questions about the relationship between security investigations and constitutional protections. The exchange that followed demonstrated exactly the type of civic engagement that Elijah's resistance movement had sought to encourage, with ordinary citizens confidently citing legal principles and demanding accountability from official authority. "Sergeant Diaz, we respect NCR authority and recognize the importance of security investigations," Rosa interjected, with the confidence of someone who had participated in legitimate democratic processes. "However, constitutional protections exist precisely to ensure that security concerns don't override individual rights without proper legal justification. Can you provide documentation showing that Ms. Chen's detention follows established legal procedures?" This question, politely phrased but substantively challenging, placed Diaz in the difficult position of either providing legal justification for Carmen's detention or acknowledging that official actions had exceeded constitutional authority. His hesitation before responding suggested recognition that the demonstration had succeeded in transforming what had been intended as coercive pressure into a public test of institutional legitimacy that required substantive response rather than bureaucratic evasion. I am not authorized to discuss details of ongoing investigations in public forums, Diaz replied eventually, his tone reflecting awareness that this response would likely be perceived as inadequate by citizens who had raised legitimate constitutional questions. However, I can assure you that all NCR personnel operate within established legal guidelines and respect constitutional protections for all citizens. The gap between this general assurance and the specific constitutional issues raised by the demonstration became apparent to everyone present, including several NCR personnel whose expressions suggested discomfort with defending actions that appeared to contradict their own stated principles. The gathering had achieved exactly what Elijah had hoped, creating a public forum where abstract constitutional principles were applied to concrete situations, forcing both officials and citizens to consider the practical meaning of democratic ideals, rather than treating them as merely ceremonial language. Sergeant, we appreciate your assurance about NCR personnel operating within legal guidelines. Elijah responded with careful respect that maintained moral authority while avoiding confrontational language that might justify official retaliation. However, our constitutional system is based on transparency and accountability, rather than simply trusting that officials follow proper procedures without public verification. We respectfully request documentation showing that Ms. Chen's detention includes the due process protections guaranteed by our founding documents. This demand for documentation, rather than assurances, placed the constitutional question in stark terms that couldn't be evaded through bureaucratic language or appeals to security necessities. Either Carmen's detention followed established legal procedures, in which case documentation should be available, or it represented arbitrary exercise of authority that violated constitutional principles, regardless of its security justifications. The choice between transparency and evasion would itself demonstrate whether NCR authorities respected the democratic accountability their founding documents required. The silence that followed Elijah's request carried profound implications for everyone present, NCR personnel and citizens alike recognizing that the moment represented a fundamental test of whether democratic principles would prevail over bureaucratic convenience when challenged through legitimate civic action. Sergeant Diaz's response would indicate not only Carmen's immediate fate, but also the broader question of whether peaceful resistance could achieve meaningful reform within existing institutional structure. I will forward your request to appropriate authorities for review, Diaz answered finally, his careful phrasing suggesting recognition that the constitutional issues raised by the demonstration required response beyond his individual authority. In the meantime, I ask that this assembly disperse peacefully and allow official processes to address your concerns through proper channels. This compromise response avoided both immediate confrontation and complete dismissal of citizen concerns, acknowledging the legitimacy of constitutional questions while maintaining official authority over specific procedures. The demonstration had succeeded in elevating Carmen's detention from personal family crisis to public constitutional issue that required substantive official response, though the ultimate resolution remained uncertain pending higher-level review of the legal and political questions the gathering had raised. Citizens, we have achieved our immediate objective of bringing constitutional attention to Ms. Chen's detention, Elijah announced to the gathering, his satisfaction with the demonstration's success balanced against continued concern for Carmen's welfare. and the broader questions about NCR institutional legitimacy that remained unresolved. We will maintain peaceful pressure for constitutional accountability while respecting legitimate governmental processes. Thank you for your civic participation and constitutional courage. The crowd dispersed gradually, participants maintaining the dignified demeanor that had characterized the entire demonstration, while quietly discussing the constitutional issues that had been raised and their implications for broader questions about NCR authority and citizen rights. The event had demonstrated that peaceful resistance could effectively challenge official actions through legitimate civic channels, though the ultimate success of such methods would depend on institutional willingness to respect constitutional principles when challenged by organized citizen advocacy. Elijah remained in the square after most participants had departed, reviewing the morning's events with Rosa and considering the strategic implications of their constitutional challenge to NCR authority. The demonstration had succeeded in transforming private grievance into public issue, while maintaining moral legitimacy through peaceful methods and legal arguments. Though Carmen's continued detention reminded him that institutional change often proceeded more slowly than personal crises required resolution. "You did well," Rosa observed as they watched the last citizens leave the square, her expression reflecting both pride in Elijah's leadership and concern about the uncertain outcome of their constitutional challenge. Democracy requires exactly this kind of citizen engagement, people willing to demand accountability from their government through peaceful means, even when personal stakes are involved. Your grandmother would be proud of how you've honored the principles she believed in. This encouragement carried special meaning for Elijah, whose resistance activities had been motivated by family stories about democratic participation and civic responsibility that seemed increasingly absent from contemporary NCR governance. The demonstration had restored some connection to those founding ideals, proving that citizen advocacy could still influence official actions when conducted through legitimate channels with broad community support and The afternoon brought unexpected developments as Sergeant Diaz returned to the courthouse square, this time accompanied by a senior NCR official whose presence suggested that the morning's demonstration had indeed prompted higher-level review of Carmen's detention and the constitutional issues it had raised. Captain Morrison, the regional administrator, carried official documentation that would presumably address the questions about due process and legal justification that citizens had raised through their peaceful assembly. "Mr. Chen, citizens of Dayglow," Morrison addressed the small crowd that had gathered upon hearing of his arrival, his demeanor suggesting official recognition that the constitutional challenge required substantive response rather than bureaucratic evasion. "I have reviewed the detention of Carmen Chen and the constitutional concerns raised by this morning's assembly. After consultation with legal counsel, I have determined that administrative procedures did not adequately document the legal basis for extended detention." This acknowledgement represented significant validation of the citizens' constitutional challenge, confirming that their peaceful resistance had identified legitimate procedural violations rather than simply expressing political disagreement with security policies. Morrison continued his statement by announcing Carmen's immediate release and implementation of revised procedures designed to ensure future compliance with due process requirements. Concrete policy changes that demonstrated the practical effectiveness of organized civic advocacy, conducted through legitimate democratic channels. Ms. Chen will be released immediately with official documentation of the administrative error that resulted in her extended detention without proper legal justification, Morrison announced, producing papers that provided the transparency and accountability the demonstration had demanded. Additionally, Regional Command is implementing enhanced review procedures to ensure that security investigations comply with constitutional protections for all NC. Carmen's release brought immediate relief to Elijah and their family, but the broader implications of the successful constitutional challenge carried even greater significance for the resistance movement and its efforts to restore democratic accountability to NCR governance. The demonstration had proven that peaceful civic action could achieve meaningful institutional reform when conducted with sufficient organization, constitutional grounding, and community support, validating the strategic approach Elijah had developed through months of patient organizing and education. Thank you, citizens, for your constitutional persistence and civic engagement, Morrison continued, his formal language acknowledging the legitimacy of their advocacy while maintaining official dignity. Democratic governance requires exactly this type of citizen participation to ensure that governmental actions remain accountable to the people they serve. Your peaceful assembly has reminded us all of the importance of constitutional protections and transparent procedures. This official acknowledgement of citizen advocacy's legitimacy represented a significant victory for democratic principles, confirming that institutional authority could be challenged successfully through organized, peaceful resistance based on constitutional principles rather than emotional appeals or violent confrontation. The success would likely encourage similar civic activism throughout the region, spreading the model of constitutional advocacy that Elijah had developed through his printing press and community organizing efforts. As evening approached, Dayglow's citizens celebrated both Carmen's release and the broader validation of democratic principles through their successful peaceful resistance. The demonstration had restored some measure of civic confidence that citizen advocacy could influence governmental actions through legitimate channels, while also establishing precedent for constitutional challenges to arbitrary authority that might encourage similar activism in other communities facing comparable issues with NCR governance. Elijah found himself surrounded by citizens who wanted to discuss expanding their civic advocacy beyond the immediate crisis, recognizing that Carmen's detention had represented broader institutional problems that required sustained attention, rather than merely individual resolution. The printing press in his basement had gained new legitimacy through the successful demonstration, its role in educating citizens about constitutional rights now clearly connected to practical political effectiveness, rather than merely abstract idealism. This is just the beginning, Rosa observed as they watched citizens organize informal discussion groups throughout the square, her satisfaction with the day's success balanced against recognition that democratic reform required ongoing commitment rather than single dramatic victories. You've shown people that peaceful resistance can work when it's based on constitutional principles and community organization. Now the real work begins, building sustained civic engagement that keeps officials accountable to democratic ideals. The evening concluded with Elijah returning to his basement workshop, but now with a transformed understanding of his role and the potential effectiveness of peaceful resistance conducted through legitimate democratic channels. The printing press would continue its work of civic education, but now with proven connection to practical political change, rather than merely abstract advocacy for constitutional principles. Carmen's successful release had demonstrated that citizen organization, constitutional knowledge, and peaceful persistence could achieve meaningful institutional reform, even when confronting established governmental authority. The kerosene lamps cast the same warm light across his workshop, but now illuminated a space that had proven its worth as the foundation for effective democratic resistance. The books, pamphlets, and printing equipment had contributed to genuine political change through peaceful means, validating the strategic approach that prioritized education and organization over dramatic confrontation or violent rebellion. The quiet revolution of ideas had achieved its first significant victory, establishing precedent for constitutional advocacy that might spread throughout NCR territory wherever citizens chose to demand accountability from their government through organized civic action. As night settled over Dago, Elijah began planning the next phase of his resistance movement, expanding civic education, supporting similar advocacy in neighboring communities, and maintaining the constitutional pressure that had proven effective in achieving institutional reform through peaceful democratic means. The basement workshop would continue serving as headquarters for the quiet work of democracy, proving that words and ideas could indeed prove more powerful than weapons when applied with skill, organization, and unwavering commitment to the principles that had originally made the NCR worth preserving and reforming, rather than simply opposing or abandoning. While Elijah continued his printing work beneath the proud glow of restored democratic hope, miles away in a small settlement built from the bones of an old strip mall, 17-year-old Finn carefully ground medicinal herbs by candlelight, their parents' journals spread open beside them like sacred texts. The settlement of Haven's Rest, home to those exiled from Diamond City for suspected synth sympathies, had known generations of suspicion and isolation. As our young resistance fighters celebrated the power of constitutional advocacy, our next tale beckons from the quiet corners where healing hands carry the weight of inherited prejudice. Join us for The Unwanted Child. The pre-dawn hours in Haven's Rest carried a stillness that seemed to hold the weight of generations. The small settlement built within the weathered bones of an old strip mall, existing in that liminal space between night and morning, where secrets felt safer and the world seemed more forgiving of those it had chosen to forget. And 17-year-old Finn moved through their modest home with the practiced quiet of someone who had learned early that drawing attention could be dangerous, even here among others who shared the burden of exile and suspicion that had shaped their entire existence. The candles that provided their only light cast dancing shadows across walls lined with salvaged medical texts, their parents' carefully preserved journals, and the small collection of healing supplies that had become Finn's inheritance. Not just material possessions, but knowledge that carried both salvation and peril in equal measure. Each book, each handwritten page, each carefully dried herb represented years of patient study by parents who had once served as Diamond City's most respected physicians, before accusations of sympathy had transformed expertise into evidence of conspiracy, healing into harboring, compassion into collaboration with humanity's supposed enemies. Finn paused in their preparation of tinctures and poultices, holding one of their mother's journals open to a page that detailed the treatment of radiation sickness in children. Knowledge that had saved dozens of lives before political paranoia had made such expertise suspicious rather than celebrated. The careful handwriting, the detailed anatomical sketches, the precise measurements for compounds that could mean the difference between life and death. All evidence of dedication to healing that had been twisted into proof of unnatural knowledge that only synths or their sympathizers could possess. The settlement of Haven's Rest had grown slowly over the past 15 years, built by families like Finn's who had been cast out from Diamond City during various waves of anti-synth hysteria that periodically swept through the Commonwealth's most secure enclave. What had begun as a temporary shelter for the displaced had evolved into a genuine community, its residents bonded by shared experience of exile and the determination to create something better than the fear and suspicion that had rejected them. The old strip mall provided practical shelter, concrete walls that offered protection from raiders and weather, interconnected spaces that could be converted into homes and workshops, a large central courtyard where community decisions were made and children played under the watchful eyes of adults who understood that safety required constant vigilance. Yet, for all its practical advantages, Haven's Rest remained a settlement built from rejection, its very existence a reminder that they were the unwanted, the suspected, the permanently exiled from the prosperity and security that Diamond City offered to those whose loyalty and humanity remained unquestioned. The children born here, like Finn, grew up carrying this inherited stigma, without having chosen the actions that had earned it, their futures shaped by decisions made before their birth, and suspicions they could neither address nor escape through any achievement or demonstration of belonging. This morning, as Finn prepared their daily rounds of medical care for the settlement's residents, that inherited burden felt particularly heavy. Elder May, Haven's Rest's unofficial leader and one of its founding families, had been battling a persistent fever for 3 days, her condition worsening despite the conventional treatments that other residents had attempted. At 72, May represented the settlement's institutional memory and moral authority. Her guidance had helped transform a collection of bitter exiles into a genuine community. Her wisdom had resolved countless disputes. Her steady presence had provided stability during the difficult early years when survival itself had been uncertain. The fever had begun as a minor concern, the type of seasonal illness common among older residents during the Commonwealth's harsh winters. However, May's age and the limited medical resources available to Haven's Rest had transformed routine discomfort into potentially life-threatening crisis. The settlement's other residents possessed various practical skills, mechanical expertise, agricultural knowledge, trading abilities, but none had formal medical training beyond basic first aid. Their exile from Diamond City had included permanent separation from the advanced medical facilities and trained physicians who might have easily addressed May's condition under different circumstances. Finn faced a cruel irony. They possessed the medical knowledge necessary to help May, inherited from parents whose expertise had once made them Diamond City's most sought-after healers. Years of studying their parents' journals, practicing with salvaged equipment, and treating minor injuries and illnesses within Haven's Rest had provided genuine medical capability that exceeded anything else available in the settlement. Yet utilizing that knowledge openly would reveal the extent of their inherited expertise, potentially exposing not only themselves, but their entire community to renewed suspicion about the sources and legitimacy of such advanced medical capabilities. The dilemma had intensified the previous evening when May's fever had spiked dangerously, her condition deteriorating beyond what conventional remedies could address. Finn had sat beside her bed through the night, monitoring symptoms they recognized from their parents' detailed case studies, while struggling with the choice between revealing their capabilities or watching someone they loved suffer from conditions they could treat. The settlement's other residents had begun discussing desperate measures, attempting to contact Diamond City physicians who might provide emergency assistance, or organizing a dangerous journey to one of the Commonwealth's few independent doctors, whose services could be purchased without questions about patient backgrounds or community affiliations. Both alternatives carried significant risks that might affect the entire settlement, rather than just May's individual welfare. Contact with Diamond City medical personnel would require revealing Haven's Rest's location and population, potentially triggering official investigation of their community and its residents' backgrounds. Independent physicians in the Commonwealth typically operated from heavily defended locations, specifically because their services attracted desperate people whose circumstances made them valuable targets for raiders and other predatory factions. Reaching such practitioners often proved more dangerous than the medical conditions they treated, particularly for groups traveling with elderly or sick individuals. who couldn't defend themselves effectively. As dawn approached, Finn made their decision with the quiet determination that had characterized their parents' approach to medical practice. Placing patient welfare above personal safety, healing above self-preservation, service above security, they would reveal their medical capabilities and treat May's condition, accepting whatever consequences might follow from demonstrating knowledge that could only have been inherited from parents whose expertise had once been celebrated before becoming evidence of dangerous conspiracy with synth infiltrators. The morning routine in Haven's Rest proceeded with subdued anxiety as residents gathered in the central courtyard to discuss May's worsening condition and their limited options for addressing it. The settlement's consensus-based decision-making process had served them well for practical matters, but medical emergencies required specialized knowledge that couldn't be developed through community discussion or democratic vote. Several residents advocated for attempting contact with Diamond City physicians, despite the security risks, while others supported the dangerous journey to independent medical practitioners who might provide treatment without compromising the settlement's carefully maintained isolation. "We're running out of time for debate," observed Marcus Webb, whose expertise in scavenging and trade had made him one of the settlement's most practical voices. "May's condition isn't responding to anything we've tried, and waiting for consensus on risky alternatives might mean losing her, while we're still arguing about theoretical dangers versus practical necessities." Sarah Kim, whose family had been expelled from Diamond City during the same wave of anti-synth hysteria that had affected Finn's parents, offered a different perspective, shaped by bitter experience with the costs of exposure to outside scrutiny. "Contacting Diamond City authorities or traveling to unknown practitioners both risk revealing our location and circumstances to people who might see us as valuable targets rather than patients needing help. We've maintained security for 15 years specifically to avoid exactly these types of dangerous exposure situations." The debate continued with increasing urgency as residents balanced immediate medical needs against longer-term community security, their discussion reflecting the complex calculations that exile communities constantly faced between isolation and assistance, independence and vulnerability. Finn listened to the familiar arguments while preparing their medical supplies and steeling themselves for the revelation that would change their role within the community and potentially compromise the careful anonymity that had protected them throughout their 17 years of life. "I can treat May's condition," Finn announced quietly, their voice cutting through the debate with unexpected authority. "I have the medical knowledge and supplies necessary to address her fever and the underlying infection that's causing it. The treatment isn't complicated, but it requires specific medications and procedures that I can provide." The silence that followed this declaration carried multiple layers of surprise, relief, and concern as residents processed both the unexpected solution to their immediate crisis and the implications of Finn's revealed capabilities. Everyone in Haven's Rest knew that Finn's parents had been physicians before their exile, but the extent of knowledge they had transmitted to their child had remained private family matter rather than community resource. Until this moment, when medical emergency forced disclosure of inherited expertise. "Finn, are you certain you can help May safely?" asked Elena Vasquez, whose own medical knowledge was limited to basic first aid, but sufficient to recognize the seriousness of May's condition. "Medical treatment carries risks even under ideal circumstances, and mistakes could make her condition worse rather than better. We trust your intentions, but this isn't something we can attempt based on confidence rather than competence." This reasonable concern reflected the community's protective instincts, while also acknowledging the reality that desperate circumstances sometimes required accepting risks that would be unacceptable under normal conditions. Finn appreciated the careful attention to both May's welfare and their own capabilities, recognizing that their offer of assistance needed to be evaluated based on evidence rather than merely good intentions or community solidarity. "I've been studying my parents' medical journals for 7 years, Finn replied, retrieving several thick volumes from their home and spreading them open to pages that documented similar cases and their successful treatment protocols. May's symptoms match patterns they treated dozens of times. Bacterial infection complicated by her age and the stress it places on her immune system. The treatment requires specific antibiotics that I've been synthesizing from Wasteland flora, combined with supportive care that addresses the underlying causes, rather than just managing symptoms. The medical journals provided concrete evidence of both the inherited knowledge and current capabilities that Finn's offer represented, their pages filled with detailed case studies, pharmaceutical formulations, and treatment protocols that demonstrated genuine medical expertise rather than merely wishful thinking or adolescent overconfidence. Several residents examined the documentation with growing recognition that Finn possessed medical capabilities that exceeded anything else available to their community. Inherited from parents whose expertise had once served Diamond City's entire population before political paranoia had transformed healing into evidence of conspiracy. These journals contain more advanced medical knowledge than most Commonwealth physicians possess, observed Dr. Martinez, whose own limited medical training had been acquired through military service rather than formal education. If Finn has been studying this material seriously and has access to necessary medications, they might indeed be capable of providing treatment that none of the rest of us could attempt safely. This professional assessment from the settlement's only resident with formal medical background provided crucial validation of Finn's offer, confirming that their inherited expertise represented genuine capability rather than dangerous overconfidence. The community's decision-making process shifted from debating theoretical alternatives to evaluating practical implementation of medical treatment that could be provided immediately without the security risks associated with outside contact or dangerous travel to distant practitioners. "What do you need from us to treat May effectively?" Elena asked, her question acknowledging acceptance of Finn's offer while recognizing that medical treatment would require community support and cooperation rather than individual effort. "We want to help in whatever way possible while ensuring you have everything necessary for successful treatment." Finn outlined their requirements with professional precision that reflected years of studying their parents' methodical approach to medical practice. Specific supplies for maintaining sterile conditions, assistance with patient monitoring during critical phases of treatment, and community understanding that recovery would require several days of intensive care that might appear dramatic or concerning to those unfamiliar with advanced medical procedures. Most importantly, they needed acceptance that demonstrating such medical expertise would permanently change their role within the community and potentially compromise the anonymity that had protected them since childhood. The treatment itself isn't particularly complex, but it requires maintaining precise dosages and monitoring for complications that could develop during recovery. Finn explained as they prepared their medical supplies, with careful attention to procedures their parents had emphasized as essential for safe practice. People will likely experience significant discomfort during the first day as the antibiotics address the infection, but improvement should be visible within 48 hours if treatment is successful. The medical preparation proceeded with community assistance as residents provided practical support while Finn established the sterile environment and monitoring procedures necessary for safe treatment of May's condition. The settlement's central courtyard was converted into a temporary medical facility, its open space allowing for proper ventilation while providing community members with visual access to treatment procedures that reassured them of both May's welfare and Finn's professional competence. May herself had been informed of the treatment plan and provided informed consent despite her weakened condition, her trust in Finn reflecting both desperate need for medical assistance and recognition of their inherited expertise. "Your parents would be proud of how you've honored their knowledge," she managed to whisper before treatment began, her words carrying particular meaning given her role as one of the few community members who had known Finn's parents personally during their years of medical practice in Diamond City. The initial phase of treatment proceeded exactly as Finn's parents' journals had documented for similar cases. Administration of synthesized antibiotics through carefully calculated dosages, supportive care to manage symptoms and maintain patient comfort, continuous monitoring of vital signs, and treatment response that would indicate either success or need for procedural adjustments. Finn worked with calm, professional focus that surprised even themselves. Years of theoretical study translating smoothly into practical medical capability when circumstances demanded action rather than merely academic understanding. Community members maintained respectful observation of the treatment process, their presence providing both moral support for Finn and practical assistance with monitoring and patient care tasks that required additional hands or eyes. The collaborative approach reflected Haven's Rest's collective commitment to mutual support, while acknowledging Finn's medical authority in situations requiring specialized expertise rather than consensus decision-making. "Temperature is beginning to stabilize," Finn reported after several hours of intensive treatment. Monitoring equipment salvaged and maintained from their parents' original medical supplies providing precise data about May's physiological response to medication. Heart rate and blood pressure remain within acceptable ranges, and initial infection markers are showing expected improvement. "We're proceeding according to documented protocols, with positive initial results." This professional assessment provided crucial reassurance to community members whose anxiety about May's condition had been complicated by concerns about accepting medical treatment from someone they had known primarily as a child rather than recognized medical practitioner. Finn's competent handling of complex procedures and accurate interpretation of clinical data demonstrated that their inherited expertise represented genuine medical capability, rather than merely theoretical knowledge without practical application. The community's evening meal proceeded with cautiously optimistic spirits as May's condition continued showing measurable improvement under Finn's careful treatment and monitoring. Residents gathered in smaller groups throughout the settlement, their conversations focused on both immediate relief about May's recovery and broader implications of discovering that one of their own possessed advanced medical capabilities that could benefit the entire community in future health emergencies. "We've been living with trained physician among us without realizing it," Sarah observed as she helped prepare nourishing broth that would support May's recovery while providing easily digestible nutrition during her convalescence. Finn's knowledge could transform our community's ability to address medical problems that have previously required dangerous outside contact, or simply hoping that serious conditions would resolve themselves through luck rather than treatment. This recognition carried significant implications for Haven's Rest's long-term sustainability and security, suggesting that their community might achieve greater independence from outside medical resources, while providing improved healthcare for residents who had previously faced limited options during serious illnesses or injuries. Finn's demonstrated expertise represented valuable community asset that could enhance their collective welfare without compromising the careful isolation that had protected them from renewed persecution or unwanted official attention. However, the revelation also created new concerns about maintaining the settlement's security and anonymity if Finn's medical capabilities became known to outsiders, who might report unusual medical expertise in exile communities to Diamond City authorities, still concerned about synth infiltration and collaboration. Advanced medical knowledge remained one of the characteristics that anti-synth investigators considered. Potential evidence of artificial enhancement or collaboration with technologically superior entities whose capabilities exceeded normal human limitations. As night settled over Haven's Rest, May's condition had stabilized sufficiently for Finn to reduce monitoring frequency while maintaining therapeutic dosages that would continue addressing the underlying infection. The successful treatment had validated their medical capabilities, while demonstrating that inherited expertise could be effectively applied to practical healing when circumstances required action, rather than merely theoretical understanding of medical principles and procedures. "How long have you been capable of providing this level of medical treatment?" Elena asked as she joined Finn for late-night monitoring of May's recovery. Her question reflecting both appreciation for their life-saving intervention and curiosity about capabilities that had remained hidden throughout their years of community membership. "Your knowledge and skill levels suggest extensive training and practice beyond what most people could achieve through independent study." Finn considered this question carefully, recognizing that their response would help define their future role within the community, while potentially revealing information about their family background that could affect other residents' security if ever disclosed to outside investigators. "I've been studying my parents' journals seriously since I was 10, but today was the first time I've attempted treatment of a serious condition requiring advanced medical intervention. Most of my previous experience involved minor injuries and routine health maintenance that didn't require demonstrating the full extent of inherited expertise." This explanation provided context for their sudden revelation of medical capabilities, while acknowledging that today's successful treatment represented transition from theoretical knowledge to practical application under emergency circumstances that demanded immediate action, rather than gradual skill development through less critical situations. The distinction between studying medical principles and actually treating life-threatening conditions had been bridged through necessity, rather than planned professional development. "Your parents' knowledge has been preserved through your dedication to their memory and their commitment to healing," Eleanor observed, her words acknowledging both the inherited expertise and personal dedication that had enabled today's successful medical intervention. "This settlement has benefited from their wisdom, even though they're no longer with us to provide direct care. In a way, their medical practice continues through your willingness to serve others, despite the personal risks involved." The following morning brought clear evidence of May's continued recovery as her fever broke completely, and her overall condition showed marked improvement compared to the critical state that had prompted yesterday's medical emergency. Finn's treatment had succeeded in addressing both the immediate infection and underlying health concerns that had complicated her recovery, demonstrating medical expertise that fully validated the inherited knowledge their parents had preserved through careful documentation and patient instruction during their years of exile from mainstream medical practice. May herself was able to participate in the community's morning gathering, her presence providing tangible confirmation of successful treatment, while her gratitude toward Finn acknowledged the courage required to reveal inherited medical capabilities that carried both personal and community risks if discovered by outside authorities. "You've given us all a precious gift," she addressed Finn before the assembled community, "not just by saving my life, but by showing us that healing knowledge can survive persecution and continue serving those in greatest need. This public acknowledgement transformed Finn's status within Haven's Rest from community member to recognized medical practitioner, officially acknowledging capabilities that had been demonstrated through successful treatment, while establishing their role as the settlement's primary healthcare provider for future medical emergencies that might exceed conventional first aid capabilities. The recognition carried both honor and responsibility, placing Finn in position to serve their community's medical needs while accepting the increased scrutiny and expectations that accompanied such specialized expertise. The celebration of May's recovery was interrupted by the arrival of unexpected visitors, whose presence immediately created tension throughout the settlement, as residents recognized the potential security implications of outside contact during a period when their community's medical capabilities had been dramatically revealed through successful treatment of serious illness. A small trading caravan from Diamond City had approached Haven's Rest under circumstances that suggested either coincidental timing or deliberate investigation of reports about unusual medical activity in exile settlements. Marcus Webb approached the trading party with cautious courtesy, his experience in wasteland commerce providing familiarity with the protocols and expectations that governed interactions between settlements and traveling merchants. Welcome to Haven's Rest. We're a small community focused on agricultural production and craft manufacturing. What brings your caravan to our settlement? The lead trader, a middle-aged woman whose practical demeanor suggested extensive experience with Commonwealth commerce, responded with professional friendliness that didn't entirely mask careful assessment of the settlement's facilities and residents. Sarah Collins, representing Diamond City Trading Consortium. We've heard reports of high-quality medical supplies and services available in this region. Several settlements have mentioned successful treatment of conditions that typically require Diamond City medical facilities. We're interested in establishing trade relationships with communities that can provide medical expertise or pharmaceutical products. This inquiry created immediate concern among Haven's Rest residents, who recognized that reports of their medical capabilities had somehow reached Diamond City trading networks despite their efforts to maintain isolation and anonymity. Finn's successful treatment of May had apparently generated enough discussion among surrounding communities to attract attention from commercial interests seeking to capitalize on medical expertise that exceeded normal wasteland capability. Eleanor exchanged meaningful glances with other settlement leaders, their silent communication reflecting shared recognition that outside interest in their medical capabilities represented exactly the type of unwanted attention they had spent 15 years avoiding through careful isolation and limited external contact. The timing of the trading caravan's arrival, immediately following demonstration of advanced medical expertise, suggested that their community's security had been compromised through reports from neighboring settlements who had observed or learned about May's successful treatment. We maintain basic medical supplies for our own community needs, Marcus replied carefully, his response acknowledging the trader's interest, while avoiding confirmation of the advanced capabilities that had apparently prompted their visit. Most of our production focuses on agricultural goods and craft items, rather than specialized medical materials that might interest larger trading operations. Collins's expression suggested skepticism about this modest description, her experience with Commonwealth communities apparently providing familiarity with settlements that minimized their capabilities to avoid unwanted attention from various factions seeking to exploit or control valuable resources. The reports we've received suggest medical treatment capabilities that exceed basic community health maintenance. We're particularly interested in pharmaceutical synthesis and treatment of conditions that typically require advanced medical intervention. The specific nature of this inquiry confirmed residents' fears that detailed information about Finn's medical expertise had somehow reached Diamond City commercial networks, potentially including intelligence about inherited knowledge and capabilities that could attract unwanted investigation from authorities still concerned about synth infiltration. The trading caravan's arrival represented not merely commercial opportunity, but potential security threat that required careful management to protect both Finn and the broader community from exposure to anti-synth paranoia. I think there may be some confusion about our settlement's capabilities, Elena interjected diplomatically, her response attempting to redirect the conversation away from specific medical expertise while maintaining courteous relations with traders who might report their visit to Diamond City authorities. Haven's Rest is a small agricultural community focused on subsistence farming and basic craft production. We don't maintain the type of advanced medical facilities or pharmaceutical capabilities that would interest major trading operations. This denial of advanced medical capabilities created uncomfortable tension for community members, who recognized both its necessity for security purposes and its fundamental dishonesty about Finn's demonstrated expertise and their community's actual healthcare capability. The choice between acknowledging their medical resources and maintaining protective anonymity reflected the broader challenges facing exile communities, whose survival depended on balancing self-sufficiency against exposure to outside scrutiny. Collins appeared unconvinced by these modest disclaimers, her continued presence suggesting either genuine commercial interest or investigative purpose that extended beyond routine trading activities. We'd be interested in examining any medical supplies or documentation you might have available for trade, even if your capabilities are more limited than initial reports suggested. Diamond City maintains strong demand for medical materials regardless of their source or sophistication level. This persistence in seeking access to medical materials, despite repeated disclaimers about advanced capabilities, created growing concern among residents that the trading caravan might represent official investigation disguised as commercial inquiry. Finn recognized that their inherited medical journals and synthesized pharmaceutical supplies would provide exactly the type of evidence that could confirm reports about advanced medical capabilities, while potentially exposing their parents' knowledge and their own inherited expertise to scrutiny that might result in renewed persecution. Our medical supplies are limited to basic materials necessary for community health maintenance, Finn stated directly, their response balancing truth about their resources' community-focused purpose while avoiding revelation of the advanced capabilities that successful treatment of May's condition had demonstrated. We don't maintain surplus medical materials suitable for external trade, relationships. The direct engagement between Finn and the traders created additional tension as Collins focused her attention on the settlement's youngest adult resident, potentially recognizing something in their manner or knowledge that suggested greater medical familiarity than their modest claims indicated. The scrutiny represented exactly the type of individual attention that exile communities worked to avoid, particularly for younger members, whose inherited expertise might be perceived as evidence of artificial enhancement or synth collaboration. You seem quite knowledgeable about medical matters for someone in an agricultural community, Collins observed, her comment carrying subtle probing that suggested either commercial assessment or investigative purpose beyond routine trading activities. Have you received formal medical training, or is your knowledge based on community necessity and practical experience? This direct question about Finn's medical background created critical decision point that would determine both their immediate response to outside scrutiny and their community's longer-term security regarding revelation of inherited expertise. Acknowledging formal medical knowledge might confirm reports that had attracted the trading caravan's attention, while denial risked inconsistency with demonstrated capabilities that neighboring communities might have reported to Diamond City commercial networks. "I've learned basic medical care through community necessity," Finn replied carefully, their response acknowledging practical capabilities while avoiding reference to inherited expertise or formal training that might provoke additional investigation. Living in small settlements requires everyone to develop multiple skills, including basic health maintenance and injury treatment when professional medical care isn't available. This explanation provided plausible context for demonstrated medical knowledge while maintaining the modest profile that exile communities typically cultivated to avoid unwanted attention from various factions seeking to exploit valuable resources or investigate potential security threats. Collins' continued presence suggested either acceptance of this explanation or persistent suspicion that required additional assessment before concluding her visit to Haven's Rest. The afternoon progressed with continued tension as the trading caravan remained in the settlement despite receiving consistent responses that Haven's Rest maintained only basic medical capabilities unsuitable for commercial trade relationships. The persistence of their presence created growing concern among residents that the visit represented investigation rather than routine commercial inquiry, particularly given the specific timing following May's successful treatment and recovery. May herself had remained discreetly absent from interactions with the traders, her recent illness providing plausible explanation for limited participation in community activities, while avoiding direct contact that might reveal the extent of medical treatment she had received, or the advanced capabilities that had enabled her rapid recovery from potentially life-threatening conditions. "We appreciate your interest in establishing trade relationships," Marcus addressed Collins as afternoon began yielding toward evening, his diplomatic conclusion of their extended visit attempting to provide graceful conclusion while maintaining courteous relations that might prevent negative reports to Diamond City authorities. "However, our production capabilities remain focused on agricultural goods and basic craft items rather than the medical materials your consortium seeks. Perhaps other settlements in the region might better serve your commercial requirements." Collins accepted this diplomatic conclusion with professional courtesy that didn't entirely mask her assessment that Haven's Rest maintained capabilities beyond their modest claims, though her response suggested acceptance that direct investigation wouldn't yield the confirmation or access that her visit had been intended to achieve. "Thank you for your hospitality and candid assessment of your community's capabilities. We'll continue seeking medical trade opportunities with other regional settlements." The departure of the trading caravan brought collective relief to Haven's Rest residents, though their visit had created lasting concerns about the settlement's security and the extent to which reports of advanced medical capabilities had spread throughout Commonwealth trading networks. Finn's successful treatment of May had apparently generated enough discussion to attract commercial attention despite their efforts to maintain isolation and anonymity regarding inherited medical expertise. "We need to discuss how to handle future situations where medical expertise becomes necessary, but maintaining security requires discretion," Elena observed as the community gathered for evening meal and assessment of the day's challenging developments. "Today's visit demonstrates that successful medical treatment can attract exactly the type of outside attention we've spent years avoiding through careful isolation and limited external contact." This recognition forced uncomfortable acknowledgement that Finn's medical capabilities, while valuable for community health and welfare, also created potential security risks that required careful management to prevent exposure to investigation or persecution that might affect not only Finn but other residents whose own exile from Diamond City had resulted from similar accusations of synth sympathy or collaboration with artificial entities. May, recovered sufficiently to participate in community discussions, offered perspective shaped by her role as one of Haven's Rest's founding members and her personal experience of the persecution that had created their exile community. We face the same fundamental choice that has always defined our existence here, balancing self-sufficiency against exposure, independence against isolation. Finn's medical knowledge represents valuable community resource, but utilizing it requires accepting risks that affect all of us, rather than just individual patients. This assessment captured the essential dilemma facing exile communities, whose survival depended on developing capabilities that enhanced self-sufficiency, while avoiding demonstration of expertise that might attract unwanted attention from authorities still concerned about synth infiltration and technological superiority that exceeded normal human limitations. Finn's inherited medical knowledge exemplified both the opportunities and dangers associated with preserving and applying advanced capabilities under circumstances where competence itself could be interpreted as evidence of conspiracy or collaboration with artificial entities. "I want to continue providing medical care for our community," Finn stated with quiet determination, their response reflecting commitment to honoring their parents' healing legacy while accepting the personal and community risks that such service might entail. However, we need to develop protocols that allow necessary medical treatment while maintaining security through discretion and careful management of information about our capabilities. This balanced approach acknowledged both the value of inherited medical expertise and the legitimate security concerns that its application created for a community whose existence depended on avoiding the type of scrutiny that had resulted in their original exile from Diamond City. The solution required developing sophisticated approaches to medical practice that served community needs while managing the exposure risks that advanced capabilities inevitably created in a political environment where competence could be interpreted as evidence of artificial enhancement or synth collaboration. As night settled over Haven's Rest, the community had successfully navigated both medical emergency and security challenge, demonstrating resilience and adaptability that had enabled their survival as an exile settlement while maintaining commitment to mutual support and collective welfare. Finn's emergence as their primary medical practitioner represented both achievement and responsibility, honoring inherited expertise while accepting the complex obligations that advanced capabilities created within communities whose existence depended on balancing self-sufficiency against anonymity. The settlement's central courtyard, which had served as temporary medical facility during May's treatment, returned to its normal function as community gathering space, where residents continued discussing the implications of their successful but complicated day. The experience had validated their collective capacity to address serious challenges through cooperation and individual expertise, while highlighting the ongoing tensions between community needs and security requirements that would continue shaping their decisions about how to utilize valuable capabilities without compromising the careful isolation that had protected them for 15 years. Finn found themselves surrounded by community members whose gratitude for May's successful treatment was balanced by recognition of the courage required to reveal inherited medical expertise that carried both personal and collective risks if discovered by outside authorities. The acknowledgement felt simultaneously overwhelming and validating, confirming that their dedication to preserving their parents' healing knowledge had served purposes beyond merely honoring family memory. It had provided their community with medical capabilities that could save lives when circumstances demanded immediate action rather than theoretical preparation. You've proven that healing knowledge can survive persecution and continue serving those who need it most. May addressed Finn as the evening gathering began to disperse, her words carrying particular weight given her recent experience as beneficiary of inherited medical expertise. Your parents' dedication to preserving and transmitting their knowledge has enabled you to serve others despite the risks involved. That represents the best kind of legacy, one that continues growing through service rather than merely existing as historical memory. This recognition of continuity between past and present, between inherited knowledge and active service, provided Finn with framework for understanding their evolving role within Haven's Rest, and their broader commitment to honoring their parents' medical legacy through continued dedication to healing, rather than merely preserving expertise as abstract intellectual achievement. The successful treatment had transformed theoretical knowledge into practical capability while demonstrating that inherited expertise could serve community welfare despite the political circumstances that had originally made such knowledge dangerous to possess or apply. As residents returned to their individual homes throughout the converted strip mall that housed their community, Finn remained in the central courtyard for final monitoring of May's condition and reflection on the day's transformative events. The medical journals that had been private family treasures were now recognized community resources, their contents validated through successful, practical application, while their inherited expertise had evolved from personal knowledge into professional responsibility for their neighbors' health and welfare. The candles that had provided light for morning preparation of medical supplies now illuminated the same space where successful treatment had been completed and community acceptance had been achieved, their warm glow creating continuity between private study and public service, between inherited knowledge and active healing. Finn's journey from unwanted child carrying parents' suspicious expertise to recognized medical practitioner serving community needs represented not just personal growth, but validation that healing knowledge could transcend the political persecution that had originally made it dangerous to possess or demonstrate. The Wasteland night stretched beyond Haven's Rest in all directions. Vast darkness that contained both opportunities and dangers for communities seeking to build better lives, despite the suspicion and conflict that characterized much of post-war existence. Within their small settlement built from exile and rejection, residents had created something valuable. A place where inherited expertise could serve community welfare, where those deemed unwanted by larger societies could find belonging and purpose, where healing could continue despite the political circumstances that had attempted to suppress it through persecution and exile. Finn's medical journals lay open beside May's bedside, their pages now serving active reference for ongoing treatment, rather than merely preserving family history and inherited knowledge. The transition from theoretical study to practical application had been completed successfully, proving that exile communities could develop and maintain advanced capabilities while managing the security risks that competence created in political environments, where expertise itself could be interpreted as evidence of conspiracy or collaboration with artificial entities whose superior capabilities threatened human identity and social stability. The quiet revolution of healing would continue, one patient at a time, one treatment at a time, proving that knowledge, preserved through dedication and courage, could serve those who needed it most, regardless of the political circumstances that had originally made such expertise dangerous to possess or demonstrate. In this small settlement of the unwanted and the exiled, inherited medical knowledge had found new purpose through service to others, transforming personal legacy into community resource, while honoring the healing tradition that persecution had attempted but failed to destroy. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.